Good evening, everyone. My name is Mitch Cohen, and I chair the Northborough Select Board, and I will call this meeting to order on January 22nd, 2024 at 7:02 p.m. I have an opening announcement. This open meeting of the Northborough Select Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023 relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. All members of the Northborough Select Board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The Act allows Northborough Select Board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along in the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream or the recording of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. I will now go around the virtual room and confirm everyone can hear and be heard in the order on my screen. Kristen Wickstead.
Hello.
Laura Zeiton.
Here.
Lisa Maselli.
Here.
Julianne Hirsch.
Here.
We have Town Administrator Tim McInerney.
Hello.
Assistant Town Administrator Diane Wackel.
Present.
And Owen from Northborough Cable is here to help us with some technical issues and the recording process. With that, I will begin our meeting, and the first item, as always, is public comment. If you are here for something that is not on the agenda, this would be an ideal time for you to raise your electronic hands. We will get to, we'll always recognize public input during most agenda items, including the meat of the things that are on our agenda, but we do have an electronic hand raised from Jorge Ruiz, and I will bring you in. Jorge, if you could unmute yourself, identify yourself, and let us know what's on your mind. I'd be happy to recognize you.
Hi, good evening. It's Jorge Ruiz. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you fine.
So I am a resident, 268 Whitney Street. I just wanted to zoom in. I do want to talk on the subject of that's coming up shortly, reference Whitney Street. But I was at the, and I know some of you also were at the new chief swearing in, which I think was a fantastic event. I was a little bit saddened to hear the story of the officers that were involved in that attempted arrest. And what concerned me most was that there was only, apparently from that story, 2 officers working. Now, I've lived in Northborough for 20 years now. I've raised a family in Northborough. And I remember back when Chief Leahy was the chief, I used to watch, you guys weren't on the select board, the meetings. And when the Avalon came in, there was money appropriated and it was supposed to go towards police, fire, and whatnot. And I remember him asking then to increase the police force. So that was many years ago. And I'm just calling in to support the police department and to ask that I think it's time that that police department grow. You have a new chief, and I would hope that the selectmen would support bringing on more officers. You know, this is a great town, but I sleep better knowing that, you know, we have more officers out on patrol.
Thank you for that input. It would surprise me to find out that there was no other police presence available at that time, but I don't know that factually. I would ask maybe Tim ask the chief of police to find out exactly the status of that. And Jorge, I don't think I have a way of contacting you. If you could email either the office or myself or the board, and we'll follow up with the details on that, just so we know exactly what was going on. But I appreciate that input. I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any other hands raised for, oh, we do have another hand raised. So exciting evening. Ginny Lemmerman, I am bringing you in. If you could unmute yourself and identify and let us know what's on your mind, please.
Hey, Rich. Glad to provide excitement. This is Ginny Lemmerman. I'm at 176 Howard Street. I just have a dumb question. I recently retired and have gotten interested in just being involved more in Northborough. I'm wondering when or how do we see what the articles on the warrant are going to be for the April town meeting? That's my question.
Sure. So the town administrator is still very early in the process of putting those together. I imagine we'll probably open the warrant, I would guess, maybe the last meeting of February, first or second meeting of February is my gut feeling, and then we would close it.
So opening the warrant means asking for articles, or?
Opening the warrant means officially saying, yes, we will have a town meeting. Of course, we all know we're going to have a town meeting. It's in the bylaws, and adding things at that point to the warrant. Anyone can request town meeting articles at any time. But that's sort of the formal process of deciding what is on the warrant. And then usually at a subsequent meeting soon thereafter, we close the warrant, which means there will be nothing else added.
And then it's just published on under
Yep.
the select board. Okay.
Yeah, there's a whole series of requirements for how to publish a town meeting warrant. The easiest thing is just gets published on the website. It also gets posted in the hallway of town hall and a few other places.
Great. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. All right. Are there any other people who wish to offer public comment at this time? Going once, going twice. I will consider the opening public comment item closed. Next up, we have some meeting minutes of December 18th, 2023. Would someone like to make a motion on those meeting minutes?
I actually, before we do, I did send a bit of an amendment off to Linda.
Okay.
Would have an amendment, and she's already got them. So
Okay. Do you want to describe that to us, or do you suggest that we hold the meeting minutes for the next meeting? We can certainly do that.
Wasn't a lot. I can read it to you. It was just basically, it talked about my reports and what I said in my reports.
Okay. We do all need to know what the amendment is if we're going to adopt with it. If you want to read it, that's fine. And as I said, I'm totally fine just pushing it off to the next meeting.
All right.
Why don't we do that? Okay. That way Linda can incorporate that and your comments and send them back to us for our next regular meeting.
Okay.
So is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So meeting minutes of December 18th will be deferred to our next meeting. And with that, it's time for a public hearing. I will open the public hearing to consider the town's right of first refusal pursuant to General Law 61A, Section 14, to purchase the property located at 432 Whitney Street, described in a deed recorded with the Worcester South District Registry of Deeds in Book 44712, page 129, and being shown as Assessor's Map 15, Lot 22. With that, oh good, Lori has joined us. And I believe we have counsel. I see counsel here. I'm going to bring her in. Counsel Klein, I'm bringing you in. Tim, do we have anyone else joining us for this one?
No, just us three. Laurie will do the lion's share, and I can do a brief introduction for the community and for the board if you like. That
would be great. Thank you. So for members of the public, we're going to go through some procedural things. We'll hear the presentation on this item and the recommendations of the affected boards. And then at that point, I'll open it up for, after some board discussion, we'll open up for public comment, and we will exhaust the public comment before we take any action on this. Okay, Tim, if you want to give us a little introduction.
Certainly. Did you? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you open.
I have opened the public hearing.
All right.
All
right.
And I'll just say, Catherine Klein, if you just want to introduce yourself, so the public is aware of who you are.
Yeah, hi. I'm Catherine Klein. I'm an attorney at KP Law in we're town council.
Okay, excellent. And obviously you have some expertise in this area and have joined us in that regard.
Hope so.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion, but the last time we met, we talked about this 61A process and potentially having a need for a special town meeting. We did make a request to the seller and the buyer of this property in the P&S agreement that you've all seen for an extension, and they agreed to that. Catherine brokered that deal with them, and we signed a document stating that we would notify them if we change course in any way and are not steadfast in moving forward with the 61A. So we set the hearing for tonight. Like I said, Laurie's going to talk a lot about the memos that came forward from the committees that were notified. There are a lot of funding options, and it depends on when we close, how many funding options we have. We will continue to discuss all of our options relative to testing of soil out there for perk test and utilities and so forth. We'll do that with council and other funding. CPA has been talked about a lot. We have not formally gone to a meeting with them. We are making application for this. I just don't want anybody to think that we're presuming that any one funding source is being picked by me or by staff without going through those channels. So I just want to make that clear. I've had conversations with the chair, but we know we need to go through a formal process, and Laurie has that in her wheelhouse, and that application is ready to go. It's just we needed to know we wanted to move forward, and we'll figure out all the funding pieces. And you have a number of funding pieces that we'll get to at the end when Laurie gets to the last two slides. And you already covered Catherine being here for any process or questions relative to the actual action the town meeting and the board should take. So that'll do it for me. Laurie can jump right in.
I'll just quickly add to that for those who are curious about the process. The purpose of tonight's public hearing is at the conclusion of this, the board will entertain a motion to say, yes, we are formally interested in pursuing this. That kicks off the process of you, Tim, figuring out the funding, coming back to us. We place it on the warrant in due time and so forth. And town meeting would be involved in any funding options in all likelihood. That so, for example, if we think we should use CPA funds or most other sources of revenue for the town meeting has the final decision on those. Okay. Laurie, do you want to take it away?
Sure. And just as a segue to the last speaker from the public, Jeannie, I just wanted you to be aware that the planning board is proposing a number of warrant articles for the April town meeting, and our public hearing will start on February 20th at 6 p.m. So if you want to tune in to that meeting, then you will get an early glance as to what the planning board is proposing for April. So now I'm going to share my screen, if I may. All right. Can everybody see my screen okay?
We do.
All right, fabulous. So once again, my name is Laurie Connors, and I am the planning director here in the town of Millbury. Habit, Northborough. I am here to speak to you about a land acquisition opportunity, which was made possible by the property's enrollment in the Chapter 61 program. A little bit about Chapter 61. It's a Massachusetts program that gives landowners the opportunity to reduce their property taxes in exchange for keeping their land undeveloped for a specific period of time. So in the case of this particular property, it is enrolled in the 61A program, which is for agricultural and horticultural purposes. That covers using land to grow fruits, vegetables, ornamental shrubs, timber, animals, and maple syrup. There are certain eligibility requirements. You must have 5 contiguous acres, which are actively devoted to agricultural use for at least 2 years before applying for enrollment in the program. The landowner must demonstrate an annual agricultural product sales amount that meets a certain threshold. If forest land is to be included within the allocation, it must be subject to a 10-year forest management plan. The particulars are that the land is assessed on a per acre valuation, which is based on its use instead of its development potential. It is important to note that not all of the land has to be actively devoted for agricultural or horticultural purposes. 50% of the total acreage can be non-productive forest land. And the assessment values are not set locally. They are set annually by the Farmland Valuation Advisory Commission. So that is a statewide organization. A few other facts is that upon enrollment in the Chapter 61A program, a lien is attached to the land. The lien stays with the property. So if it were sold or transferred to another landowner who was interested in continuing the agricultural or horticultural use, then there are absolutely no penalties applied. However, if the land were sold prior to the expiration of 10 years, then there would be a penalty. So the lien provides that if the property is withdrawn from the program and developed, that portion of the land that is enrolled in the program is subject to a 5-year rollback tax or conveyance tax, whichever is greater. So a rollback tax is defined as the difference between the full assessment and the tax paid under the program, plus a 5% simple interest per year. So another benefit of the lien is that the town has the right of first refusal. So this is triggered by the sale or the conversion of the land to an industrial, commercial, or residential purpose. It only is triggered while the land is still enrolled in the program or within 1 year of program withdrawal. So in this circumstance, the town has the right to match a bona fide offer to purchase, or the town can assign that right to an eligible conservation organization. A couple of examples are a land trust like the Sudbury Valley Trustees, or a state conservation agency like the Department of Conservation and Recreation. Some particulars about 432 Whitney Street in particular. So this parcel is shown in blue. Here is an orthophoto of the property. It is 23.77 acres of land. It is undeveloped. It is currently enrolled in the industrial district. It also has a portion of the property that is enrolled in the groundwater protection overlay district area 3. So that's a swath of land that goes through the center of the property. It is directly served by public water. It is not currently served by public sewer, but public sewer is available in the vicinity on Forbes Road, which is approximately 1,000 linear feet from the site. There are some environmental limitations that you should be aware of. These do limit the development potential of the property. There is a large wetland system, although the exact acreage is unknown. That would have to be surveyed. There is a stream, and there are steep slopes through the parcel. So the property hasn't been enrolled in the Chapter 61A program since FY15. So it has been a significant period of time, just shy of 10 years. FY24 Chapter 61A classification applied to 16.8 acres. So there are nearly 7 acres that were not included in the program. So those were ranked and taxed in accordance with the industrial development potential. Here are a couple of additional maps of the site. So on the left-hand side, the brown areas denote the topography of the land so that you can see that there are some steep slopes, a couple of ridges that go through the property. This green blob in the middle is a wetland system. If I am correct, this is woodland marsh. And the property line is right here. So there's a large wetland system to the south. This map shows you in a different way what the adjacent land uses are. So you can see that there are some industrial uses to the north as well as to the east. So these are warehouse and distribution uses. You can see the wetland system denoted here. This green line is the aqueduct, and you can see there's Wachusett Aqueduct, the large land mass to the north. And to the south is land that is owned by the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation. This is permanently protected conservation land. It's the Barefoot Brook Flood Control Site. And oops, sorry. Just over the line in the town of Berlin is another large swath of permanently protected open space. A portion of this land is owned by the Berlin Conservation Commission, and then there is also land that is privately owned but subject to a conservation restriction. To the west is a number of single-family homes, and to the south, of course, is Route 290. There are also some other parcels of land that are owned by the state, but that's Mass DOT, and it's associated with the highway, of course. So we received the notice of intent to sell and convert the property to other use. I believe that was received on December 5th. It may have been December 6th. Unfortunately, my copy wasn't date stamped received, so I'm not exactly sure if it was the 5th or the 6th. That set of documents included a purchase and sale agreement. So Highland Development Corporation is interested in purchasing the property for $1.7 million. In that paperwork, they alerted the town that they are interested in constructing a building of 40,000 to 60,000 square feet, and they are interested in converting the parcel to commercial, industrial, warehouse, or distribution purposes. They are interested in utilizing the freight rail line to transport goods. And if the town, as of the withdrawal from the program, the town is expected to make just shy of $100,000 in rollback taxes. So what are the benefits to the town should the town decide to purchase this land? Of course, act on the right of first refusal. So I would like to tell you that in my opinion, it would be a good move because it could create an open space connection between the aqueduct to the west and the abutting conservation land that I just showed you on the map, which is owned by the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation, as well as the town of Berlin. So it would protect wildlife habitat, an important wetland system that is hydrologically connected to Barefoot Brook, which is part of that Barefoot Brook flood control project that the state owns and maintains. I have been told, I have not visited the site myself, although I am very interested in touring the property, but my conservation agent, Vinny Vignali, just visited the site recently within the last few weeks. And he said at the high point, there are some beautiful views as you look towards Boston. It would serve as a buffer between the industrial uses to the east and the homes to the west. One of the things that we frequently hear during the planning board and the ZBA public hearings is from abutting residents whenever there is an industrial development proposed. Zoning was actually created to separate industrial and residential uses, and the reason for that is they are often incompatible. Passive recreation facilities could be developed on the property. Some amenities that I can foresee would be as beneficial is a gravel parking lot that folks could park at and then utilize the aqueduct. And also the development of trails through this 23-acre parcel. So there is also the potential to develop a small affordable housing development. As I pointed out to you, there are some environmental challenges that would limit the development potential of the site, but certainly 4 to 8 units of affordable housing could be accommodated easily on this site. So if there were interest in doing that, then I think certainly it could be accommodated. So the other important point is that this purchase is consistent with goals that are articulated in the 2020 master plan and the 2020 open space and recreation plan. So there are a number of potential funding sources. If the town were interested in acquiring the land for an undesignated municipal purpose, so that means it could be utilized for all sorts of different things. It could be sold to a developer who was interested in doing something that the town finds beneficial, or it could be utilized for school or a cemetery. There are a whole host of municipal purposes that may be appropriate for this site. So if that were the interest, we could seek funding at town meeting through a municipal appropriation or an overlay, or you folks could appropriate ARPA funds for the purchase. And then there are more restrictive options available. The town could acquire the land for open space and recreation or affordable housing purposes, or a combination of the two. There are funds presently available under the Community Preservation Act. The new revenue for this year that is available for appropriation is $820,000. The town also has open space reserves in the conservation fund, which totals $664,000. There is an affordable housing reserve of just shy of $280,000, and there are unreserved funds. So that means that it could be used for any of the two purposes of affordable housing or open space and recreation. $1,060,000. And then another option is bonding with future years CPA revenue. So it could be any combination of these options. So the bonding is kind of how the White Cliffs Mansion was purchased. So it was purchased with a combination of cash that was on hand, as well as bonding with future years CPA revenue. So we do have experience doing that. That's pretty much all I have at this point. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you folks might have.
Thank you very much, Lori. Are there questions from the board at this time? Let's see. Everyone's pictures are a little bit small. Lori, would you mind unsharing your screen, at least for the moment, and that way we can see everybody clearly?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. All right. I think I saw Lisa.
Hi. All of my questions actually that I think I sent to Tim have been answered with one exception. When we're doing this deal, is there a broker fee that's involved, or is that just, that's not going to be included in our expenses?
I am going to defer to Tim on that one.
We'll have closing costs, and Catherine can speak. Sorry, yeah, Catherine, you raise your hand. Go ahead if you're ready.
Yeah, there is a broker, I believe, listed in the purchase and sale. And that person, in my experience, would still be entitled to a commission, and that commission comes out of the seller's proceeds, and it's it's Keller Williams Commercial and Yeah, so in my experience, whether the property is sold, you know, to the original buyer or to the town, the broker or brokers would still be paid, but that isn't the town's responsibility.
Good, thank you.
Sure.
Good
Oh, and I
question.
did want to point out that you folks should have in your packets letters of support from the planning board, the Open Space Committee, and the Conservation Commission. So all three committees and boards voted unanimously in support of acting on the right of first refusal.
Questions from the board? Julianne?
Lori, thanks for that great presentation. The 61A thing in particular is much clearer now. So in the last slide, I think where you identified funding sources, I can't remember. Did you put DCR? Is DCR a possible funding source?
So I did reach out to both Sudbury Valley trustees and the Department of Conservation and Recreation about their interest in either partnering with the town or acquiring the property instead of the town. And both entities said that they are not particularly interested in acquiring the property themselves, but they would be interested in partnering with the town, or at least exploring that as an option.
Oh, great. And
what that means, I'm not sure. I don't know if there's actually like dollars that are associated with that partnership.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that was discussed with the Sudbury Valley trustees is that they have served kind of as an intermediary. So they have stepped in and purchased property on a short-term basis and held it so a town could apply for grant funds. So there are a couple of grants, but they're only available once a year. And actually the deadline was about a week ago for this year's grant round. So what they would do is they would purchase it, they would hold it while the town was acquiring grants or trying to apply for grants, but there would be an obligation for the town to purchase it, whether or not the grants were received. And then they would also charge the town interest while they were holding it. So, but that tends to work well in emergency situations where the turnaround time is very, very short.
Okay, and my second question is, you described a lot of the areas having environmental challenges. With the project that the potential buyer would bring forth, which sounds like there might be a possibility of rail transport, is rail transport exempt from these environmentally sensitive areas? Like, can they go through regardless if there's wetlands or?
So in my experience, so the stream was located in the lower left-hand corner. So that isn't much of an impediment. The wetlands, I'm sure you recall where that was located. The steep slopes may or may not be much of an impediment. It depends on how much money you have. So of course, in this day and age, they're building buildings over the Mass Pike. So where there is a will, there is a way. If you have a firm with deep enough pockets, then steep slopes are less of an issue. A couple of examples are Northborough Crossing was built on a hilltop, and the same with the Blackstone Mall was also built on a hilltop. So they'll just blast the top of the hilltop off if there is enough of a desire to build on a particular parcel. So it may be an impediment to a small developer, but not so much to a large developer with big pockets. So railways do have a number of special attributes. Like, for example, any appeals of developments that are associated with railroad go to the federal court instead of the state land court. So there tends to be quite a bit of deference to any sort of developments that are associated with the railroad. And I know Tim can speak from personal experience having to do with a railroad development. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
I have a question about revenue options or sources of funding for this. I know we can mix and match different revenue sources. My question is about how the land gets allocated relative to the amount of money spent. So $1.7 million would be the cost for this property. Let's say, for example, for just for the sake of simplicity, we used $850,000 out of CPA funds for open space and $850 funds out of some unrestricted fund. Does that mean exactly half the acreage of that would be locked to a conservation restriction and exactly half would be available for other use, or is there some other formula used to determine that?
We did reach out to the Community Preservation Coalition, who provides fantastic technical assistance to the CPA on purchases that have to do with CPA funds. And what we were advised is that if the town were interested in purchasing, possibly with affordable housing option as well as the conservation fund, then it would be better if there was a clear delineation, like possibly if we were to subdivide the parcel and we would say, okay, these 3 acres are going to be devoted to affordable housing, and then the balance is going to be associated with affordable, I'm sorry, for open space and recreation. So they want to ensure that the affordable housing component is getting its money's worth with the actual creation of affordable housing. So if the land were to be purchased with unreserved funds, then it's less important to have the parcel allocation designated in advance. Like, for example, it could just be more squishy as to what's going to be affordable housing and what's going to be open space.
I'm more questioning, is it a 1-to-1 ratio of money to land, or is it more based on, for example, the frontage along Whitney Street might be considered to be more valuable than the backlands, which are open space and hilly? Would we have to put more money into that to reserve that for, whether it be for housing or commercial development or anything else? And I did see a hand up raised by Attorney Klein, if you had any information on that also.
Yes. Well, if you use CPA funds for any CPA designated purpose, it needs to be supported by an appraisal. So if you are using CPA funds just to buy the entire parcel at 1.7 million, you have to, the property has to actually be worth $1.7 million. So generally that is supported by an actual appraisal. And if you are going to, say, divide the property into different, say, CPA uses, it wouldn't be split on a 1-to-1 acreage. I think you would do it more on a valuation. Like, so if you said, I think the example you gave was 50%, one type of CPA use and 50% another CPA use, was that, or was your example just municipal funds? And
my simplistic example was 50% CPA open space, 50% unrestricted municipal funds.
Oh,
but I can see us using a number of things. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you meant unrestricted municipal or unrestricted
okay.
CPA. Okay, so
Valid
yeah.
question. Yeah.
So unrestricted municipal funds, you, the portion of the property allocated to the CPA use needs to be supported by an appraisal in that case. But towns are able to buy, property using municipal funds and pay more than the, more than the appraised value. So I'm not sure, is that helpful?
It is. So we won't be getting into specific means of funding at this meeting, but on the assumption that we want to move forward with this and it's helpful in understanding if we talk about, there's been some, I think one or two of the letters from supporting boards suggested using some amount of this for affordable or other multi-family housing. And
Right.
if we wanted to preserve that, we'd have to think about how much land do we want to make available for that and make sure that we allocate those funding options appropriately for that. So I just want to keep that in mind for future discussions. So thank you very much. That answers the question. Kristen.
Thanks, Laurie, for that. So if we were to build affordable housing on a section of this property, would who would build that?
So there are a few different options. Of course, our most favorite option is either the Northborough Housing Authority or the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation. So those are the ones who have been responsible for the vast majority of the affordable housing here in the town of Northborough. I know the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation tends to partner with Habitat for Humanity. So if you folks were interested in maybe reserving a portion of the land for affordable housing, this could be a long-term project. So there isn't necessarily a specific short-term deadline. I know that they have projects already in the queue. The Boundary Street project, and I know the Northborough Housing Authority is looking at a project themselves, possibly the 8 units that they were going to go to a town meeting with a couple of years ago. So this may be a longer term project that might be, 10 years in the future or more. But I would anticipate that those two affordable housing corporations would get it. And if they weren't interested, then of course there are other options, like we could approach Habitat for Humanity without the partnership. But it's worked so effectively in the past with the partnership that, hopefully the corporation would be interested in going forward.
Great. Okay, thanks.
All right, I don't see any other board members' hands up, so I would love to hear from the public. If you would like to speak to this in any way, please raise your electronic hands, and I will recognize you in the order in which you've raised your hands. And we have a couple all up already. Michael Horgan, if you could unmute, identify yourself, and let us know what's on your mind on this, please.
Hi, yeah, my name is Michael Horgan. I live on Reservoir Street. And I have several different comments to run through if I can. But before I get there, I'm just a little perplexed with the recent conversation that you've had, in that, one of the ideas with this land was to provide a buffer between the residential area and the industrial area. And now you're talking about putting housing in this land. So it doesn't seem to really make a lot of sense. But in general, I do want to say that I love open space. I think it's important for open space to exist in our town. I only ask that the board really consider and make sure that we're being thoughtful and really mindful of where that open space is. In general, I do not support exercising the right of first refusal on this parcel. Firstly, it isn't in an industrial area. It's a little perplexing to me to be pursuing open space in an area that was previously zoned or designated for industrial use. I know in some of the previous town meetings that I've attended, I've heard comments that Northborough we're running out of developable areas to develop, I'm sorry, as in industrial areas and commercial areas. And now we'll be taking some of that away. So that doesn't really make a lot of sense, paying a premium for industrial land for open space. I think there are many other parcels, many other opportunities in town that could be considered when they come up for open space. I know one of the points in Ms. Connor's presentation was the connection from the recreational open space opportunities on the aqueduct to this parcel, but as far as I know, there is no way to access this parcel from the aqueduct. You can't cross the railroad to get to this land anyways. It is isolated. So that I don't quite understand either. I also want to ask, and I don't know the answer to this, but maybe you can think about this in your deliberations. Was this parcel identified in the open space sort of long-term plan or the recent master plan? I think sometimes we tend to be very reactionary and trying to jump on those opportunities that just pop up in front of us and sort of thinking about where does this purchase fit in our overall sort of long-term plan that we want to consider. I have been seeing some comments on some recent Northborough websites. There's a lot of rumors going around, and there's concern about access to the railway and what might be sort of happen to this land with access to the railway. But I also want you to be cognizant of the fact that if the town buys this land, it's possible that this developer just moves across the street. There's chapter lands right across the street with a lot of rail access. And so it's likely if there's a real need to have this developed, I'm sure the pressures will be on that parcel across the street that you all know what I'm referring to over there. So I just want the board to really think about some of those things. And again, I think open space is important, but I just don't feel that this particular parcel really fits in my mind. I don't see how it really fits in our sort of overall open space strategies for the town. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Lori, if you or anyone else wants to address any of the questions or comments as they come in, just let me know. If not, we can get through others. Lori, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of issues that I wanted to point out. One was if there were affordable housing to be built on the property, I would recommend that it be multifamily, so either duplexes or townhouses. It's a real challenge to find appropriate locations for affordable housing. Unfortunately, a lot of neighborhoods don't embrace multifamily housing with open arms, and they don't embrace affordable housing with open arms either. So oftentimes multifamily housing is viewed as a good transition use between single family housing and industrial uses. Some locations that you can see this is, with the Avalon development, that was an industrial district that was developed for multifamily affordable housing. There's also various properties in Shrewsbury on Route 20, another example of where you can fit multifamily housing in with industry, and it works pretty well. A lot of the multifamily housing tends to be transitional, so people aren't living there necessarily long-term. Another point I wanted to make as far as the parking lot that I was talking about, the gravel parking lot that would provide access to the aqueduct. There is already a cleared area. And I don't know if you remember the slide that I had, my first slide was a photo of what the property looked like from the street. So there is a cleared gravel roadway that already goes into the property that would lend itself very well to a parking lot. And then, of course, you'd have to walk across Whitney Street. You are correct. There is no direct recommended access through the railroad tracks. So they would walk along Whitney Street and then go to the aqueduct from there. So as part of an acquisition, certainly a sidewalk connection could be developed to make the access from the new gravel parking lot to the aqueduct safer.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, next up we have Rick Leaf. Rick, if you could unmute, identify yourself and let us know what's on your mind, please.
Yeah, hi, Rick Leaf, 30 Wiles Farm Road. And I'm a member of the board of the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation. I serve as the treasurer for the corporation. And in the development of this proposal, Lori had asked the Northborough Housing Corporation to consider the possibility of affordable housing on the property and the use of the $279,000 of affordable housing money held in reserve right now within the Community Preservation Act and Fund to be maybe dedicated towards this project. The board met and discussed this, and NAHC is always in favor of creation of affordable housing in the town of Northborough as appropriate. In this particular instance, though, as Lori mentioned, there are two fairly short-term projects in front of us right now. We did make a presentation a number of months ago to the select board with Habitat for Humanity about the possibility of an affordable housing development on town-owned land on Boundary Street. And that is still under evaluation as we speak right now, but our expectation that we will be presenting through the CPC a proposal to do some sort of development on that Boundary Street property, at least making the proposal during calendar year 2024. And we've also had discussions with the Housing Authority Board. And as Lori mentioned, they are actively pursuing with the State Department of Housing the project to recreate another building on the property at Village Drive with 8 units of a senior rental affordable housing, as we tried to propose a couple of years ago. And as you recall, the state support for that project did not materialize, but the new director of the Housing Authority believes that the time is right to repropose that project. So between the Boundary Street project and the Housing Authority project, which would take some contribution, matching contribution of town funds, our feeling is that that $279,000 really needs to be held for the potential of a couple of things that are becoming over the falls in 2024. If in fact there's a way for this property on 432 Whitney Street to be procured with some sort of unrestricted funding, either through municipal funding or unrestricted CPA funding, and then down the road, it becomes apparent there's an opportunity for affordable housing, NAHC would be more than happy to help support doing that and looking for other sources of funding at the time. But our position as we look at this particular project, that if the select board is leaning towards recommending we go forward with a first right of refusal on 432 Whitney Street, the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation would recommend not using the $279,000 of affordable housing money towards this acquisition. But as I said, if it can be acquired some other way and leave the potential open for affordable housing long-term in the future, we'd be more than willing to go forward and support that as we have these other short-term projects completed. So I just want to be clear that there's a couple of different ways to do this. But as we mentioned to Lori and to John Campbell, chair of the CPC, our preference would be not to use the $279,000 of reserved affordable housing money towards this acquisition of it, if that's the way the select board wants to go. I just wanted to be clear on those comments. Thanks.
Appreciate that, Rick. All right. Next up, we have Jorge Ruiz. Jorge, if you could identify yourself once more and let us know what's in your mind.
Good evening again, Jorge Ruiz, 268 Whitney Street. I am obviously live on Whitney Street, not far from that property, which I'm very well aware of. My concern is the use of it. I'm for open space. I'm for the town acquiring it through the first right of refusal, however you guys decide to do it. Whitney Street's a great street. Adding more traffic to it for industrial use. There is a railroad that runs through there. I work in a community that has a railroad and that suffers through railroad traffic. If you're going to start increasing railroad traffic, what's being carried, what are they shipping out of there? Hazmat and whatnot. It becomes a concern, especially where you live not very far from that property. So I would support acquiring it through first right of refusal. And I just wanted to weigh in on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Douglas Stone. Douglas, if you could unmute, identify yourself, and let us know what's in your mind, please.
Hi, Doug Stone, 33 Birch Hill Road. And I'm just concerned that this proposal really goes against the original purpose for this area, which is to broaden our tax base, because it is industrial land. It does abut an existing industrial use. And so now we're asked to pay for some property that would potentially be reducing our taxes. And we're already stretched out with debt. With the White Cliffs project, we've leveraged the CPA funds. We've got the old town hall. We've got a new fire station coming up. We're going to be asking the town to pay more in taxes. And I'm just concerned that we're chipping away at a tax base. And I mean, I love open space. I've hiked all the trails in town. We have plenty of them. And I agree with the first caller that, we're asked to pay a premium for open space. And of course, there's a lot of comments that they've made tonight that, are positive for this purchase. But I think overall, the important thing is to use the land for what it was intended. And then lastly, it just kind of gets you, doesn't it, to pay this guy that we've been litigating against to put money in his pocket. So that's all I have to say. I'm not for this purchase.
Thank you very much, Doug. Appreciate your input. Next up, we have Bill Pierce. Bill, if you could unmute, identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please.
Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Bill Pierce. While I am a member of the Planning Board, as well as the chairman of the Traffic Safety and Town Feasibility Study Committees, I am not speaking on behalf of that. I'm speaking as a citizen today. My address is 367 Whitney Street. I live about a half mile away from this parcel. As everyone may or may not be aware, the neighbors in this area have been dealing with this parcel and SA Farm in general. This gentleman who currently owns the property was convicted of running a solid waste dump at his site, which causes odors in our neighborhoods. I know, Doug, I appreciate what you were stating earlier, but property values go down when you can't have an outdoor party in the summertime in your house. And that happens for the entire neighborhood. So we're happy to see this go away. What I'm not happy about is it going away for something that, and I'm going to quote what I've said before, gets us out of the frying pan and into the fire. It's well known. I know I sent a letter to the select board, and I'm happy to forward that letter to anyone who would like to see it, with references as to what the federal government says about railway and how It is basically it preempts any state economic regulations for railroads. Hopedale is currently dealing with issues and trying to take back 155 acres of land that they gave to a railroad, because that railroad decided that they wanted to purchase or create a transloading and temporary storage facility while creating a spur off of that railroad, which is very similar to what they want to do here, from what I've read. And you've seen the trash trains go through the middle of town. Imagine those being temporarily stored at this location. Hazardous materials, according to the federal DOT, is actually safer through railway. I would question that, ask the people of East Palestine about that. And if you think that derailments don't happen, derailment happened this year in Berlin on this railroad. So I would really caution whatever we do with the land. I leave that up to the board. But I would really caution not purchasing the land and taking this opportunity to stop it, because once this purchase goes through, you will not be able to get this land back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. Okay, next up we have John Rappa. John, if you could unmute, identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please.
Mitch, good evening. John Rappa, 105 Weston Terrace. I've read through the filings on the first right of refusal, looked at the tax map and the plot map here. I've got some observations from the discussion tonight. It seems like there are a number of unknowns at this moment relative to the all-in cost for this. Is the place environmentally safe, given its proximity to SA farms? Are there safety concerns with people using it with proximity to the railroad tracks, 290, steep slope streams, aqueduct crossing? There's also a paper easement across the northern part of the property owned by CSX. And if you decide to, the town decides to put some housing there, that may come into play relative to eliminating the easement or dealing with CSX. I'm hearing an irrational exuberance. I can't tell if this is a housing project or an open space project. And I think we should take the housing stuff, if we're going to consider this project for it, and put it into the future. That there are too many variables that the town needs to get their arms around to present this to the town for a town meeting warrant. And the source of funds, etc. The estimated cost for this, appraisals, surveys, legal fees, potential debt service, environmental assessment, land clearing, parking trails. I think we may be looking at close to $2 million all in when we're done with this thing. So I think we got to get our arms around that to present the facts to the public. If you're looking at the railroad that's there, if someone's going to put a warehouse in there, there's a proximity to 290 and 495. They're looking at an intermodal that either the proximity to get trucks in and out of there to 290 and 495 may or may not, the railroad may or may not come into play. So I think, taking away from the fear factor of, what kind of Chernobyl stuff is going to come flowing through there, I think we need to deal with the facts. That's all I have to say.
John, thank you very much. Next up, Jay Cahill. I assume that's Jean. You could unmute, identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please.
Hi, this is Jean Cahill from 1 Thayer Street, and I tuned in when Lori mentioned environmental challenges. And Lori, I don't know if what you meant was proximity to wetlands or if the environmental challenges were known contamination. If you could elaborate on.
Sure. As far as I know, there is no environmental contamination on the property. So that is gleaned through conversations with DEP. So what I was talking about as environmental constraints are constraints to development. There is a large wetland located on the property. There is also a stream, and there are some steep slopes, some bridges. which could impede development slightly. So those were the challenges I was pointing out.
And I assume, based on what the last caller said, that there would be a due diligence environmental assessment as part of the town's acquisition if we were, and I don't know if that precedes the decision to buy the property or if that comes after we have made the decision, and then we arbitrate it depending on what is found.
I defer to Tim.
Mr. Chair, if I may, some of what Laurie was talking about at the time was relative to the railroad and what the railroad is preempt or not for local zoning and some conservation rules. So that was kind of the context of it. When you brought that point up, Laurie, it was about the railroads preempt under federal law, so they have a lot more, for lack of better words, flexibility, and local bylaws don't apply. So your local zoning might only allow for a 30% area to be covered for, parking lot and building, but that wouldn't apply to the railroad. And the materials that they use there might be prohibited under zoning, but wouldn't be because they're associated with rail. And that would be a very a difficult thing. So there is some consternation over that. That's one issue. The other piece of this with housing, we're trying to provide the board with a view of what the funding opportunities are. Right now, the community has an opportunity both between CPA, funds on hand, and or borrowing if we were to ask for those things through CPA. So I was providing more of an overview for options. And then, of course, you have general tax dollars. We can do an analysis through the assessor's office to see if this was developed non-railroad and it was a 60,000 square foot building, what would that tax impact be? How much would we generate? We can do that math and see what the win or loss may be and make an educated decision about the monetary piece of it. In Northborough, developable acres of land range between 325 and 375. So just pick the middle at 350. This is quick math. If you could develop 30% of the land, that's 8 acres. It's well over $2 million in terms of the value. I know we have to go through an assessment process, but that quick math, we can build that out from an assessing standpoint of what that would generate in tax dollars. So I'm trying to answer two questions. One is give an overview of what the funding potential is. We're not locked into any one thing. So that's one point. The next point is we can look at what the value loss would be if it, stayed what it is now, or if it stayed open space versus what it would be if 30% of the land was developable under an industrial base. And then the environmental concern, I still think, Laura, you were referring to what the preemption would do to our local zoning if a railroad operation were to spur off and go into that parcel. So I just want to summarize those three things. Thank you.
You, Tim, Attorney Klein, and then Lisa.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that my recommendation is that that an environmental assessment be done prior to the town's exercising its right of first refusal. I believe that may have been one of the questions recently asked, so I wanted to address that.
Great. Thank you very much. Lisa?
And to add to that, that's where you put it into the PNS gene, where that's part of the acceptance, whether after you've found out what's wrong with it, it gives you a reason to either lower the price or back out of the deal, if I'm not correct.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, in this case, I think you would just not exercise the right of first refusal if you determine that there were environmental concerns that you did not want to accept or address.
So this, as I understand it, is a non-negotiable price. We have to match
Correct.
the purchase and sale agreement. So $1.7 million. That will be the cost. It's 1.7 or nothing. So if we find something we don't like, there really is no opportunity to negotiate something less. but we could decide to just not pursue. Related question, if town meeting approves, does the board still have the option to not go forward at that point if we find something along the lines? Ideally, I'd want to know everything before town meeting.
Town meeting could approve the acquisition and appropriate the funds, and the board could still elect not to go forward.
Great. Thank you.
I have a few other environmental questions, if I may.
Sure.
If we can move on. So my next one is, has any or will any environmental organization such as SVT, Sudbury Valley Trustees, or perhaps town staff or other consultant be consulted to do some kind of assessment of the open space value of the land? Is it in good shape? Is it degraded? And is it therefore as worthy of purchase as perhaps a more pristine parcel would be?
Lori.
So the Sudbury Valley Trustees, as I mentioned, I did reach out to them. They are intrigued by this parcel. They do want to do a site visit. As I mentioned, they thought it unlikely that they would acquire the parcel themselves. However, they may be interested in partnering with the town on an acquisition. So I don't think that they're going to do an environmental assessment. Usually there's a charge associated with that, but they are interested in walking the site.
So we can glean information from that as to, any red flags or just overall habitat quality.
Right. And the conservation agent has walked the site. So, and that was done within the last month. So he has, he did not notice any issues himself.
Would it be possible for the public to have access to perhaps do a site visit of our own, since we're going to be making the decision presumably about whether or not to acquire this as a town meeting decision?
Attorney Klein.
Yes, we would want to, the town's agents and contractors and representatives, would have access to the property to do, inspections in accordance with the purchase and sale agreement. However, if say the select board and other members of the public wanted to access the property to view it, I think we would, want to speak with the property owner and see under what conditions, they would want that, they would permit that to go forward. But I think it's certainly possible.
Great, thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Jean. And next up, we have Fran Backstrom. Fran, if you could unmute, identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please.
Sure, thank you very much, Mitch. This is Fran Backstrom at 76 Cedar Hill Road. I thought it would be so easy to just say, I support purchasing it because I think open space is really important. And then listening to everyone's concerns, I get it, don't envy you guys to having to make this decision. I would say that I would hope that our financial professionals, like the town staff, can guide us towards the most beneficial to the taxpayer, like the least burden on the taxpayer on how we would purchase this. I think it's important, I don't want to sound, I don't know, not my generation, not yours, not even our kids' generation, but for generations beyond them, we have to do something about protecting open space. And even if it's not optimal, but this is at least contiguous with other open spaces for the corridors, for our little critter friends that can't speak for themselves. If we don't purchase it, we'll never have another opportunity to purchase it. If we do, depending on how it's funded, we could always sell it if it didn't work out for us. But once it's gone, it's gone. And it's bigger than Northborough. It's bigger than this parcel. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fran. Next up, I see Michael Horgan again. Michael, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Thank you for having me back on. I guess I'm a little confused. So just sort of a comment or maybe a question. I know there was some recent discussion about the railroad and what kind of regulations they can bypass for a railroad project. But as far as I can tell, the railroad is built, and this is a private developer looking to access the railroad. So I don't believe that a private developer seeking access to the railroad would have those same liberties with not following certain laws or ordinances in the town. I could be wrong on that, but that's the way I kind of would understand it in a non-legal mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I don't know if Tim, I know you have some experience here if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a legal question in terms of, spurs when they're built on private property to access the rail, what preemption means. So Catherine might be better at that than I would. I have experience from Grafton, but Catherine might be better.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can answer that question at this moment. It does make sense to me that since this is this would be a private developer. I don't know if federal law would preempt local regulations. If they wanted to create a spur, maybe the creation of the spur itself, but maybe not, might preempt, but maybe not the the facility, the anticipated or proposed facility. Maybe that may still be subject to local regulation, but I could look into it.
I think that would be helpful as we go through this process. Thank you. Next up, Michael Tejan. Michael, if you could unmute, identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please.
Great, thanks. Yeah, hi, this is Mike Tejan, 30 Augur Ave. And obviously Augur is far from this section of town, but I could certainly understand why my neighbors in the Whitney Street area would be hesitant to have dealing with the issues and the smells and whatnot, and now putting a noisy and some concern over possibly dangerous rail type industry put in there. And to some other comments, I guess seeing the presentation, right, depending on how this is purchased, the town could always resell the property for other industrial use, right? Maybe there wouldn't be this concern about it if they were putting in buildings that match what's next to it that are just manufacturing or office space or something like that. The concern seems to be about that rail piece, which I certainly understand. And there was an earlier comment about, well, if the town was to buy this parcel, block this rail piece here, the person who owns the property across the street could just do it over there. Does the town on that property have a right of refusal as well? And then sort of is there, and I'm not looking for sort of an inventory on this call, but are there a lot of properties that the town has this right of refusal for in town? And is there sort of a pecking order to it, or an idea of how much is out there, if these were to come up in the future?
That's a good question, Mike. Lori.
So my understanding is the property across the street, although also enrolled in the chapter program, doesn't have the rail spur. So that's the difference between this property and that one.
Okay. So you're, oh, sorry, Lori, so for you. Oh, sorry about that. So just to follow up on that, Lori, your understanding is that it really wouldn't be able to be moved across the street. So it's sort of in this section, or it would not occur, or it wouldn't be built.
That is my understanding.
Tim, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. We can look into the 61A parcels, how many in the community have that designation, but we don't have the first right of refusal until there's a bona fide offer. So we've already said it. Everybody probably knows that. I just want to restate it.
Okay. Thanks, Tim. Mike, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have Jenny Lemmerman again. actually first time for this item. Jenny?
Yeah, adding excitement to the meeting again. No, just a quick response. I'm active on the Trails Committee in town for Northborough and a member of SVT. And one thing to know about that property is that from the road, it seems very industrial, it's zoned industrial and everything, but that our aqueduct within Northborough is a beautiful walking space, and people, and this property is just like a perfect one to buy and connect those two pieces. And so I'm with Fran in that we could buy it now and decide what to do with it later. Affordable housing would be awesome down the road if it works. But for now, if we let it go, it won't be available as open space ever for our future generation. So I just wanted to say I'm with Fran.
Great. Thank you very much, Ginny. Attorney Klein?
Yeah, I just want to note that to the extent if CPA funds are used to acquire this property, particularly if for open space, the law requires that a conservation restriction be placed on it. The property would then, in my opinion, be subject to Article 97, and the town could not readily convert it to another use. So it's just it just goes to the funding. So depending on what source of funds one uses, one may be restricted in as to future use of the property.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but it is possible, maybe somebody said that we could develop the front of the property and then allocate CPA to the back of the property and somehow connect it and do both down the road.
Yeah, that goes to the question that I asked earlier about
Right.
how to understand the valuation of the land relative to the acreage. That if we purchased some portion of it with unrestricted funds, then that's unrestricted use, and the town would own it but control it, and we could sell it, potentially sell it to a commercial developer who we had an agreement with and understood that what they wanted to put in was compatible with the neighborhood, just like we could sell it or use it for affordable housing or anything else. Ginny, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And then I've got a couple of hands up here. Lori and then Kristen.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify that if CPA funds were used to to purchase the property, then it could be used for three purposes. Historic preservation, which really doesn't apply here, affordable housing, and open space and recreation. So those uses, the affordable housing and the open space and recreation would be compatible. But if it is not used for CPA purposes to acquire, then it can be utilized for different uses. Like I said, a cemetery or a school building and the like.
Thanks, Lori. Kristen.
Thanks. So this is such a complicated process. I'm not even sure I know how to word my own question, but if at what point would we or whoever would decide how we were, if we did decide to buy it, right? If we vote tonight, yeah, we're going to go for it. Then who figures out how we do it, where the money comes from, like how much money comes from which pot? Like, is that another meeting, or is that that's another meeting before town meeting?
Yeah, so just if the board takes action tonight, that just sort of says, yeah, we're really interested in doing this. Then Tim takes that as marching orders to figure out some proposed funding options and comes back to us prior to town meeting with an article that would describe how we would fund it. And we would probably have some decisions to make. I'm guessing there would be a number of options. Lori's presentation included quite a number of options as to how it could be funded. Town meeting would then approve that, and then that would be our source of funding to do that. So we will, if we are interested in going forward tonight, we will be discussing this again at least once, if not multiple times prior to town meeting.
And would any of those meetings be a public forum again, so people could call in and say, I would rather have you do it this way, or I would rather have you spend,
I don't think any of them would be public hearings in a formal sense, but all of our meetings are public and we allow and encourage public participation in just about all agenda items. So, so yes, I think it would be the latter. Lori?
So the Community Preservation Committee is reconvening its public hearing at their meeting on February 1st. So I do have an application good to go. I was waiting for this meeting to see what you folks wanted to do before I submitted it to the CPC. But should you vote tonight that you want to proceed with the right of first refusal, then the CPC has jurisdiction over the funds under their control. So they would vote after the close of the public hearing how they wanted to fund it should CPC funds be an option. So usually they would say as part of their motion, we want to take some money from this pot and some money from this pot and some money from this pot. And there are a number of other projects that were submitted for consideration for funding during this fiscal year. So this project would be wrapped in with those.
right, okay.
Thank you, Lori. Diane, did I see your hand up earlier or was I imagining it? No, okay. Julianne.
Okay, so I'm a little mixed up. If Lori goes to CPC soon, will we have the appraisal in hand? Because what Attorney Klein is saying is that CPC cannot fund a project if the appraisal is not at least, if the appraisal doesn't come in favorably for us. What if the appraisal comes in at $1 million? Then CPC cannot fund it, right?
That's correct.
So shouldn't we get the appraisal before we go to CPC? How fast can we get that?
Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I did the quick math based on 30% of that area and what it would be worth. But we can turn around, I mean, depending on, we want to get a very reputable group to do the appraisal. So we can start on that as early as tomorrow. It's just, it's odd the sequencing of this, right? We don't want to spend all this upfront money if we don't have any interest in this at all as a community. So I will, we'll post haste tomorrow, start to do all these things. If the board wants to move forward.
Well, I mean, oh yeah, I mean, but I just don't see the point in going to CPC if the appraisal is not going to be consistent with what they can pay out.
Tim.
Well, we always thought internally it'd be a combination of funds. Certainly that land is, I'm going to tell you it's worth the 1.7.
Mm-hmm.
So they can make a decision to do that. And by the time we get to town meeting, if the appraisal came back and it was worth $200,000, they're not going to be able to do it. And we would be scrambling to rewrite a motion at town meeting for that purpose. So we would find another solution, and we're always going to have to do that, right? We have multiple interests here. We have folks that want to conserve the land for industrial development. We have people that don't want to pay any more in taxes if we were to acquire it. And that's when you would go to CPA, because CPA is already baked in to people's tax bill. So there's a lot of combinatorics there that we need to work through. But we'll get you there hopefully as cheaply as possible, meeting the full legal requirements set up. That's all I can assure you of. But I need this step first before I do those other ones.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
One way to look at it is there is a buyer that is willing to pay $1.7 million for it, and that probably goes to determining the value of the property. That at least one person does believe it's worth 1.7 million. That would probably be input into the appraisal process. All right, let's go back to the public. We have a number of hands up. Bill Pierce again. Bill?
Thank you again. And this may be the last time, I hope, that we have to bring this up. It was mentioned earlier about why we think that a railway or a spur is going to be built here. I would reference back to the packet, page 22, signed by Santo Anza, which in the second paragraph states, to develop the land for construction and use by a user or users to be determined for approximately 40 to 60,000 square foot building for commercial, industrial, warehouse distribution purposes, potentially to be served by a new connection to the freight rail line adjacent to the land. So that's why we're talking about a railway, is because Santo Anza actually signed a letter stating that they are looking for a new connection to the freight line. The other thing I would say is somebody earlier had mentioned about paying Anza. I've heard this many times living in this neighborhood. We hear it every time that this comes up. I will tell you that he's not going to care who pays him. 1.7 million in his pocket is 1.7 million in his pocket, right? This is about the town. This is about what's best for us, not what's best for Santo Anza. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Doug Stone again. Doug.
Yes, thanks for having me back. Yeah, just what Mr. Pierce just reiterated was that the use is potentially for a warehouse. And his concern was the potentially increasing of hazardous materials in that area. Anything could happen, I suppose, but also I know that the rules for industrial usage are very strict. They cover noise, dust, and a host of other things. And I know that some of the existing businesses on Whitney Street have really been given put through some questioning, which I think, is in the best interest of the town to a point. So the fact that we're going to have a use that is not consistent with what the town regulations are right now, I think is something that and I'm not sure that that's being inferred here, but I just want to emphasize that the town's very strict about what the use is. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. John Gamble. John, if you could unmute, identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please. John, you there?
Pardon me, I went to hit the unmute and I hit the mute by mistake. If you can hear me, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Sure.
I wanted to offer some input on things that have been said by residents and also those of you on the board. One of the hats that I wear in town is on the Open Space Committee. And Open Space, its primary mission is to seek out parcels of land that we recommend be saved from development. Part of that process is outreach to landowners and trying to stay abreast of parcels as they might come up for sale. And part of that role involves offering input when a parcel that's in 61A or Chapter 61 program is brought to the town for its right of first refusal. And in this case, the Open Space Committee did meet, and we voted unanimously to recommend that the town pursue using its right of first refusal in this case, because the property does meet many of the goals that we set out for open space in our open space plan, which is essentially also part of the master plan. And that includes it's abutting other wetlands and abutting other conservation property in the town of Berlin and providing a corridor for recreation and wildlife and so on. Those things have been brought up in Lori's presentation. So I wanted to state that so that the residents know it's very consistent with the role of the Open Space Committee. And open space preservation is a large part of why the town voted for CPA. So the other hat that I wear in town is as a member of the Community Preservation Committee. And I wanted to clarify a few things that we've been learning around this property. First of all, the CPC opened its public hearing and received its applications for this cycle prior to this notice being given to the town. So we did not, as a committee, have a chance to basically discuss this, nor had a project been presented to the town to buy this. So the committee really hasn't discussed it in any great detail, other than at the end of its January 4th meeting, we had some brief discussion about the fact that it had come up and the fact that it obviously would represent an open space preservation opportunity, but at the same time, as a property, it could offer an opportunity for affordable housing on some portion of it. It's important to remember that the CPA that the town adopted and has been very successful in town has the three main components. By law, open space, historic preservation, and affordable housing development. And you are only required to allocate 10% each year of the new revenue. But in a perfect world, we would try to serve each of those three missions equally. And in Northborough, although we've tried, we really have underserved the affordable housing component as compared to open space preservation and historical preservation. So the committee is always in favor of and supporting any project that comes up with regard to adding to the affordable housing component, as we have done through the NAHC, to which Rick Leaf spoke earlier. And in this case, the committee would probably be open to the suggestion that a portion of this land could be used for it. But again, we haven't met. We will meet again on February 1st, as Lori stated, and that will be a continuation of the public hearing. And should the select board elect to move forward tonight, and should an application be put in as Lori has drafted, then we would certainly look into it. And although it's late in the cycle and the committee already voted on the projects we wanted to bring to town meeting, the committee has historically been open to things that come up at the last minute. There have been several occasions, and White Cliffs maybe being the biggest example, where we took action when something came to our attention. So I can assure you that although I can't speak for the committee, we would give it our attention. And it's important to note we have resources with CPA, and we're very lucky as a community that we have that. Lori showed earlier that there are unreserved funds as well as reserves in the various categories that can be considered. And we have future revenues from which we could bond to borrow if necessary. We did this with the large Green Street parcel many years back, and that was very successful. We did it with White Cliffs, as has already been noted. So we're lucky to have those choices. And I think in town, speaking to some of the comments that have been made, we have the luxury to make some of these choices, and perhaps purchasing this property doesn't make sense for a lot of reasons. It's too expensive probably, but we have the option to do it, largely because CPA is in our town. So it's important to remember that. The other concerns should be weighed, environmental concerns, what the property would be used for. It requires thought, but it's important just to know that we have the resources for CPA, should it be used for a portion of it, or for the majority of it, or for all of it. Now, clarifying a couple of things that have been said, if we use monies from CPA that have previously been designated for open space preservation, and in Northborough, we have traditionally done that by the voters approving putting open space money into our conservation fund. It's a separate mechanism, but in essence, it's governed by the same protocol because they are CPA designated open space funds. And there's 664,000 in that, as Lori mentioned. The CPC did already approve an application from the Open Space Committee to add 350,000 more to those reserves. And we did vote to bring that to town meeting. It's not out of the question that we could reconsider that allocation, but it's important to put that out there. The unreserved account of CPA is different than calling unrestricted funds, and I wanted to clarify that for anyone that's confused. When the town administrator, Tim, speaks about unrestricted funds, that might include any other resource the town might use other than CPA. When we talk about the unreserved funds in CPA, these are revenues the town generated and the state matched that have yet to be put into one of the categories. So it gives us flexibility to use them across any of the three main categories, as well as recreation, which is a subset of open space. What we've learned from guidance from the Community Preservation Coalition is that if we were to find a way to acquire it through the unreserved funds or bonding against future revenue, should that be the town's wish now, then it gives some flexibility to determine a little later down the road what portions would be used for what, if we did want to use some portion for a small affordable housing development, and to subsequently put that language into the language of a future warrant article for how we would pay the bond, or in an allocation against the unreserved funds that says what portion would be what. But back to something that was commented by the attorney on the call here tonight, any portion that we designate as open space, we must prove that the assessed value is equal or greater than the amount that we want to use from CPA open space money for that purchase. And then subsequently that land would be subject to a permanent conservation restriction. And so those are the main points I wanted to get out. It's a lot of information, but just be sure that the CPC will give it consideration and cooperate with the town on whatever plan they choose to pursue.
John, thank you very, very much. Really appreciate the clarifications.
Thanks for your patience and listening. I appreciate it.
We have Amy P. Amy, if you could unmute, identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please.
Hi, Amy Paretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive. And I just wanted to speak to the as a resident, but I am on the planning board. And sorry, I just ran upstairs to get my computer. I didn't know if I could unmute my phone. But on the planning board side of it, from what I've heard, this is a railroad company. We won't be able to put on any special restrictions. This will be above our bylaws, and it will also be above the groundwater bylaws. So railroads, since they're federal, if this is a railroad company like that came into Grafton, Milford, and Upton, the town won't have any say what happens there. They won't come in front of the planning board. They won't go in front of groundwater. So I think, like John just said, this is a great place for open space. It connects over to Berlin and Hudson. And also one idea I had too is if you bought the front 5 parcels, if that was allocated with municipal funds, maybe it could go into our MBTA overlay, and that would offer a carrot for a developer to come back and maybe buy some for housing if we didn't want to go the affordable housing route that way, since there are so many other projects. So, and then I also did want to speak to 429 Whitney, that's across the street. And you mentioned, Lori, that the person couldn't go over and buy that property after. But when I look at the GIS map, it does look like it's on the railroad. So can anyone add a railroad spur? Or does it have to have like authority on that piece of property to add a railroad spur?
So it's my understanding that there's a special easement that would enable them to do the railroad spur. But that's what I've been told. It's kind of hearsay. I haven't seen anything in writing specifically prohibiting the creation of a railroad spur up there, other than what I've been told in passing. But it is my understanding that the parcel to the north is in the chapter program. So certainly it could be sold to a developer. And then the town would have the right of first refusal on that one as well.
Yep. Okay. So thank you everybody. And my support would be behind buying it, because like others have said before me, we won't get another chance at this. And there will be no way to stop it once they start, because they will be above all the bylaws that we have in place to protect our town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. And what I see is the last, oh, I had one more hand up in the, all right, we have a hand back again. All right. I'm assuming we're heading towards the end of the public hearing. If anyone absolutely needs to speak, go ahead and raise your hand, and then afterwards we'll close the public hearing and continue on with just the board's discussions. Mike Tejan, I see you for a second time.
Yeah, hi, Mike Tejan, 30 Auger Ave. Yeah, I think in general, you know, I would be in support of the town purchasing the property. Just one additional question I have, and I apologize if it was mentioned earlier. The buyer of this property, Howland Development Corporation, they wouldn't have any grounds or risk of them entering any litigation to the town if we were to block their purchase of it, correct?
That's correct. Counsel, you could speak back.
Yes, that is correct. They are aware of the town's right of first refusal. In fact, they have consented, much to my surprise, to the town's request for an extension. So, yeah, I can't say that a claim will never be brought for something, but I can't imagine what it would be in this case.
Thank you for answering that.
Okay, it's a good question, Mike. Thank you. John Rappa for the second time. John, maybe the third. I don't remember. John, what's up?
Second, Mitch, thank you. An observation, if you look at the plot, the tax map, it shows for 2024, the assessor's land value is $1,078,000 for this parcel, just to give you a data point. And Howland Development looks like they're building this on spec. They're a real estate investment trust. They're going to build it on spec and find somebody to use it. But the paper railroad easement goes across the northern part of the property from west to east to connect to the actual CSX railroad line. So that it does exist already there. And if you're talking about carving out parts of this for housing, that's maybe an impediment in terms of just the easement. Just my observation.
Appreciate that, John. Thank you. All right, I see no further hands up in the audience. I think this would be a good time for the board to consider closing the public hearing. Again, we would be able to continue to discuss before deciding whether we wanted to take action on that. Unless anyone has any objection, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Julianne, seconded by Kristen to close the public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor of Julianne?
Aye.
Kristen?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Public hearing is now closed. So now we move on to discussion on whether we want to move forward with the process. Any other questions or comments from the board? Lisa?
I'd like to know if we could put together for the public, because our vote is going to move it forward to town meeting. And I'd like to be able to have a central location where all these questions and answers or other questions could be answered between now and April, or in a specific time frame, so that there would be more understanding of what's really going on and not more hearsay. Because I think it's important that people know what they're voting for. So I don't know how we would go about doing it. Perhaps, you know, Tim can figure out a place of putting it, but I think that would help us further to get a better understanding of what we are trying to decide upon and the reasons why.
think that's reasonable. I know certain major projects in the past have had designated locations on the town website. Off the top of my head, I don't remember if those have been under the select board page or town administrator page. In some cases, they're under planning department or something else. We don't need to decide as to where that is, but I trust Tim will be able to find a place that is suitable and put some of these materials in that location. Tim, does that sound reasonable to you? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Laura, I think I see your hand up.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lisa, I love that suggestion, especially after listening to such a really informative. I appreciate everyone calling in and all their comments. And I think I've been very sensitive about what's been going on over at Pine Knoll, just because that's been going on for years. And I'm so concerned about adding any additional challenges to that neighborhood. But I certainly have a better perspective of the impact on, on the tax burden and the tax burden, the assessed value, and all these other comments that have come out of this. I appreciate everyone calling in, but I really think at the end of the day, based on the fact that we owe it to that section of town to protect it to the best of our ability, I would really prefer to still go forward with the right of first refusal, if I'm using that terminology correctly.
Thank you, Laura. Julianne.
So, we talk about protecting a part of the town, and I would go so far as to say we're protecting the whole town, because as that section of town goes, the rest of the town goes. But I also would like to point out that I respect and I appreciate the concern about the loss of tax dollars, but I think the tax dollars that property is bringing in right now is probably pretty minimal. I think it's safe to say. So, there's potential for more tax dollars. And that goes to my next statement, which is that if we go forward with the right of first refusal tonight, the way we purchase this property could be very beneficial in different ways. I don't know if you can do part CPA and part municipal so that you can sell a part, but I'd like to see a really innovative way of financing that property. But I do have one thing that is weighing on my mind, and that goes back to what Attorney Klein said. I believe you said, don't do the right of first refusal until you get the environmental evaluation. Can't that be rolled into the purchase and sale?
The way that it works is that the town does its due diligence, and it has a certain period of time in which to exercise its right of first refusal. And the way that it exercises its right of first refusal is to put together a notice of exercise, and appended to that is a purchase and sale agreement that looks like this purchase and sale agreement, the existing one between the seller and the buyer, because we can't really deviate from the terms of that. The town has a statutory right to do its due diligence, but once you've exercised, we don't do a purchase and sale agreement now. We do it at the same time as you exercise your right. And once you've exercised your right, you put down a deposit that's non-refundable. And so you want to do your inspections and your title work prior to exercising the right of first refusal.
So that kind of throws a monkey wrench into our
No, I'm not sure why.
So tonight we would not be exercising the right of first refusal. That would come after town meeting.
Correct.
Tonight we are just saying we are interested in moving it forward.
Okay.
That end.
Phew. Okay.
Sorry if I was confusing.
I have a question, Attorney Klein. You made mention that the purchase and sale agreement would look a lot like this purchase and sale agreement. This purchase and sale agreement to me is a bit unique that it starts with $50,000 payable at the sign of the purchase and sale, and then starting at the first day of the fifth month, there's another $5,000. There's all sorts of time periods and things like that involved in this one. It's not just here's a pile of money, give us the land. Would we also be able to sort of pay dribs and drabs like that?
I believe that you would. I have not seen a purchase and sale agreement like this. So it would give you more time to purchase the property, but it wouldn't give you more time to exercise the right of first refusal. We've extended that through, I believe the date is May 20th. Is that correct, Tim? And I think that's correct. So I think if the town wanted to stretch out the closing by paying $5,000 per month, it could do that. I'm not sure what the benefit to the town would be. I mean, you would have spent $50,000 non-refundable and then just be paying more money each month when you probably would have completed. I mean, you would have been through a town meeting and you would have.
I'm not sure if there's any advantage to doing.
I don't think there's
an
advantage to it, but
it's interesting. In theory,
it is interesting. I haven't, obviously every purchase and sale, well, not every purchase and sale agreement, but this one has some unique features.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, in theory, maybe it would give us a little extra time to figure out the pots of money that we use for funding if we wanted to understand better, preserving some portion of the land for some other use other than open space, for example. Something we could figure out as we go along.
Yes, but you can't really, I don't recommend that you exercise your right of first refusal without town meeting approval.
Right.
And
yeah.
You have to have some idea what's going on at by town meeting.
We could switch it later. Again, I don't, my personal preference is if we do this, we just do it, and get it over and done with. But it's just, again, this is an interesting purchase and sale agreement. Would there be any advantage to us in that? Tim, you had your hand up, and then Lisa.
Yeah, through the chair to Catherine, I apologize. I mean, those additional payments are inclusive of the whole 1.7. It's not additional money that's paid, correct?
It would be, it would go towards the purchase price, but if you backed out, you would just have paid more money to lose.
Yeah, you lose whatever you put out.
Yeah.
If you don't ultimately purchase.
I worry that there's a lot of people on, and if you don't follow completely, people might think we're paying more than the 1.7.
No, that's not. That's not. It's accountable towards the 1.7.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. If in fact we have the same PNS options as the original purchaser or would-be buyer, on page 4, number 10, the failure to perfect title or make premises conform gives, it says if at the expiration of the extended time, the seller has failed to remove any defects, title, deliverable possession, or make the premises conform, as the case may be, all herein agreed, then the buyer's option, any payment made under this agreement shall be forthwith refunded, and all obligations to the parties hereto shall cease, and this agreement shall be void without recourse to the parties hereto. So we don't know yet. We haven't got a clear title. We don't know if there's even a lien on it. Have we done that? I don't think we have.
No, not yet, but I recommend that we start that right away after the board makes a determination whether or not to go forward. Because it takes, 4 to 6 weeks to get a title done. So when I say the purchase and sale agreement looks the same, it won't end up looking quite the same. And I mean, what we do is we start with theirs and we X things out and it looks really messy, and certain things apply and certain things won't apply to a town. But no, we haven't done the title yet.
Okay.
But
And
we would, absolutely.
correct. But what I'm saying is that option lets us, if something is wrong, to not lose our money.
What I don't know is we want to know if the title is good before we exercise our right of first refusal.
Before that, all right.
Yeah, we would, that process, it sounds like you're starting, would start after, sometime soon after tonight. So
Depending on
that, because it would be important for us to know that before town meeting, if there was any cloudiness that we would want resolved, or that might want us to not put it forward to town meeting. So we'd have in the end of April to sort that out. Kristen. Oh, you are muted.
Just quick, because I also appreciate the fact that, you know, we have people sort of on both sides of this question. But the as Julianne said, it's potential for more tax dollars, but we don't know exactly how much that would be. But the five of us have to balance that potential with also the potential costs to the town, to the neighborhood, to the environment. There's just more potential costs to me. There's also a potential for good things like open space and trails and possibly housing, possibly being able to sell some of the land, but I just want people to understand we are weighing everything. It's just it seems, at least to me, heavier on the side of going for it. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments from the board? I will say that I also agree with my fellow board members that it does make sense on balance to go forward with this. My preference, if there's a way we can structure it financially, is to preserve the frontage, the more buildable, usable area of this for flexible use in the future. Understanding that there are some financial options not available if we wanted to do that. So that's, you know, at least something I'd like to pursue the option of, to see if we to preserve the flexibility of using it for some commercial or industrial use that would bring in some tax dollars, but something that we would have control over so that it would be compatible with the area. I also do love the idea of using some of this for some affordable housing or residential development of some compatible way in the future also. So those are the options I'm interested in exploring. It does make a lot of sense for the backlands of this. The wetlands and the hilly areas are probably not reasonably developable in any simple way. That if we can use open space CPA money for that, I think that would be ideal. I know Tim would have a lot of work to do to present us some options, you know, in advance of town meeting, but assuming that the board moves forward in the way that we appear to be ready to do, I think he'll have a good starting point. Okay. If there are no other comments or questions, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move the board recommend that the town exercise its right of first refusal pursuant to GL Chapter 61A, Section 14, to purchase the property located at 432 Whitney Street, described in a deed record with the Worcester South District Registry of Deeds in Book 44712, page 129, and being shown as Assessor's Map 15, Lot 22, and that this matter be referred to the 2024 annual town meeting for approval of the acquisition and an appropriation of funds to purchase the property.
Second.
Motion's been made by Laura, seconded by Kristen. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Laura.
Aye.
Kristen.
Aye.
Julianne.
Aye.
Lisa.
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Attorney Klein. Thank you, Lori, and thank you for all the members of the public who offered some very thoughtful comments. in on this, we will have, obviously, this will be discussed at future meetings in advance of town meeting. Thank you very much, Attorney Klein. I think that concludes your time with us this evening. Thank you for joining us. Lori, Lori, you're not free to go yet. You still have a couple of more items.
Okay. Good evening.
Great. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
And next up, we have Planning Director Lori Connors, consideration of request for ARPA funding for Design Phase 1 Downtown Streetscape Project. Lori, take it away.
All right. So as you know, on Thursday night, there was a joint meeting with the Master Plan Implementation Committee. And at that time, I gave you folks a presentation on my concept for a Phase 1 streetscape project. So the design costs for that streetscape project, so that would include permitting, as well as the preparation of construction-ready bid documents. I anticipate that cost be in the neighborhood of $250,000. So there are a couple of ways that we can fund the design. I could seek a municipal appropriation at town meeting. Another option is to use ARPA funds for that purpose. Obviously, the ARPA route is a swifter route than waiting for town meeting. There is a third option. I could apply for grant funds. That's the slowest option. It is unlikely for me to hear from the grant award authority until December of 2024. So that by far is the slowest option. So I wanted to hear from you folks whether this is something that you'd be interested in funding with ARPA money, or whether you would prefer me to ask for a municipal appropriation.
Thank you. Lisa.
Well, first thing is there's a lot of people that are on tonight that may not have been at that meeting. And I think we should give them just a little brief, not a long dissertation, but what you're actually thinking of doing there. When I look at the list of people that are there, I don't know that many people were at the MPIC. So I think you had just had it on one little page, pretty much what the summary of what you had.
Okay, I did have a PowerPoint presentation, which I wasn't thinking of sharing with you folks tonight, since we just went over that. But if you can bear with me for a few minutes, I can pull that up. Sure, and just go through a couple of slides if you'd like.
Sure.
So just bear with me.
It's in the packet, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Some in the packet. It's more in the booklet.
Well, there are some of the slides in the packet.
It's coming up slowly, so just bear with me.
Not a problem.
My cat would like to make a presentation.
While we're waiting, I will say that I know there are some people who get upset when they see animals walking in front of people at these meetings. I am not one of those people. I appreciate seeing the animals that have joined us this evening, and appreciate their input into the process.
They're very long meetings, and it's not realistic for people's pets to not bother them for like 3 or 4 hours. Sorry, it's just not realistic.
All right. So can you folks see my screen now?
We do.
Okay. So I am going to start the slideshow. All right. So this is the project scope. So what I'm interested in including on this Phase 1 project is the Blake Street right-of-way, the portion of the Pierce Street right-of-way where there is a gap in the sidewalk network. There is a municipally owned park on Pierce Street. I believe it's called the War Memorial Park. And there is a municipal parking lot associated with that that has roughly 16 parking spaces. There is a pocket park that is located at the corner of Blake Street and Route 20. There is the municipal parking lot that is adjacent to that, which has approximately 30, I think it's 35 parking spaces. There are 2 privately owned parking lots that I would be interested in including into the study, but of course that would be completely voluntary. So I would be approaching the property owners to see if they would be interested in participating. So just quickly, I don't want to give you the entire 15-minute presentation again, but this is the view of Blake Street from Route 20. So you can see that there's a combination of on-street parking that is perpendicular. And then there is locations where there is no parking at all. And then at the end over by the intersection with Pierce Street, you will see on-street parking again. The right-of-way really does vary quite a bit in width throughout the stretch. I should say the paved width of the roadway. So here's some photos of the pocket park, which certainly was lovely in its heyday, but is looking rather tired these days. This pocket park has the Lions Club Electronic Message Center. It also has the Christmas tree within it, and it has some landscaped areas. Unfortunately, the landscaping has reverted to mud in certain locations, and there are also some issues with this. I believe it's supposed to be a seating wall. The stones are starting to fall out of it. And I understand from the tree warden that the Christmas tree is declining. Here are some images of the municipal parking lot. You can see that there's quite a few issues in the parking lot with cracking and heaving of pavement. There's a dumpster that is not meeting the standards that we require of everybody else. It should be screened from view. And there are some unsightly donation boxes. Here are some images of the private parking lot. The thing that I wanted to make most notable is the fact that the parking spaces are not striped, which means that people kind of park in a haphazard manner. There's a sea of pavement surrounding the buildings, and there is an absolutely gigantic driveway opening over by the Fatouche restaurant. It's about 150 feet, which really is wasted space and not very user-friendly, not aesthetically pleasing by any means. Another quick image is this shows that there are 3 different sidewalk types within the project scope. So there is a concrete sidewalk that's 6 feet wide with vertical granite curb, which then bleeds into asphalt 5 foot wide, some variation in width, asphalt sidewalk with small berm or no berm. You can see in this photo right here, pretty much the sidewalk bleeds into the roadway. And then in front of 31 Blake Street, there is an asphalt sidewalk 5 foot wide with a grass strip and a berm. So it's best to have consistency with your sidewalk from both a public safety and an aesthetic standpoint. Here are some images of the sidewalk gap on Pierce Street. So looking left, there is an asphalt sidewalk. But if you looked right from the intersection with Blake Street, there is no sidewalk at all. And this is a real shame because, of course, parking is a big time issue in Northborough Center. And here we have this lovely municipal parking lot, which is also unlined. And there's no pedestrian access to it. So this is a kind of summary of all of the issues that I identified on my little walk of Blake Street and Pierce Street. So once again, pocket park in need of upgrade, inconsistent road widths and sidewalk types. There's a lack of curbing and berm along Blake Street, a lack of sidewalk connection to the War Memorial Park and the municipal parking lot, lack of crosswalks, lack of drainage facilities. This is throughout the site, so both on Blake Street as well as all of the parking lots on the east side of Blake Street, including the municipal parking lot. There's broken pavement in many locations. Like I said, the sea of pavement, the inefficient parking lot layout, largely owing to the lack of striping and the fact that there's just there's like parking lot everywhere around the buildings, very little landscaping at all, unsightly dumpsters and used clothing boxes, inadequate lighting, no pedestrian scale lighting, and then there's a lack of wayfinding signage. So of course, this is something we've been talking about quite a bit during the process of doing the downtown revitalization plan. There is municipal parking downtown, but nobody knows where it is because we don't denote it with any sort of signage. So here are my proposed improvements. I would like to consider making Blake Street one way. The benefit of doing that, so of course a portion of the street over by Route 20 intersection is already one way. But if we were to widen the one way along the entire length, then we could utilize more of the roadway for on-street parking. Or alternatively, and possibly both of these, we could widen the sidewalk. We could reduce the private parking lot driveway widths using granite curb and landscaping. I'd like to add parking lot striping pretty much everywhere to reduce confusion and increase parking efficiency. Chances are, if we stripe the parking spaces, then we wouldn't need as many parking spaces. So there would be opportunities to take up some of that parking lot pavement and put in some open space areas, create pedestrian connections, including to the War Memorial Park on Pierce Street. There is also the opportunity to upgrade the asphalt sidewalks with ADA compliant concrete sidewalks and granite curb, driveway aprons, crosswalks, and ramps. In my opinion, concrete sidewalks and vertical granite curb is really the way you want to go in a downtown area. It just makes the place look classy, and it does a really good job of separating pedestrians from the traveled way, so the pedestrians feel safer. We could upgrade the park with attractive seating, a bike rack, decorative pavers, landscaping, and art. We could add street trees and pedestrian scale LED lighting and electric charging stations in the municipal parking lots. And we could install rain gardens, porous pavers, and bioretention bump outs. And we could install that wayfinding signage. So here are some images of other downtowns. I'm going to admit that the picture on the right is from a downtown revitalization project that I did in the town of Millbrae when I was planning director there. So this shows you what fancy concrete sidewalks and vertical granite curb looks like. These are on the left, you see vegetated bump outs. On the right-hand side, this is actually a rain garden. So it is alongside the curb. It looks attractive, but it also takes stormwater flow. In this case, it's taking the stormwater flow from this little pocket park right here. These are some park improvements that we could benefit from in our little pocket park. Some examples are doing the ADA compliant concrete sidewalk, the attractive porous pavers. So you can see this is an example of a seating wall, which looks quite a bit neater than the one that we currently have in our pocket park. We could do alternatively some attractive benches. You can see on the picture on the right, curved benches look really attractive. So these are some images of, they're called low impact stormwater measures. So what you're typically used to seeing is the hardscape drainage design, which is a catch basin, which is linked by pipes to some sort of detention or infiltration basin, which looks like a grassy swimming pool. It's not the most attractive thing in the world. But what a lot of the state agencies and conservation agencies like Mass Audubon have been promoting are these low impact style designs. So the idea is to mimic nature and to accommodate your stormwater flow in that sense. So they're much more attractive in that they have engineered soils underneath. So you'll see that there's stone, and there's engineered soils, and then there is low maintenance, low level plantings, and the water flow comes in at this blue arrow, and then it spreads out into this basin. This little white thing here is for overflow, and it settles down into the ground, and there's perforated pipe, and ultimately it infiltrates into the ground. So here are a couple of different images of this type of configuration in Millbury. So on the left is you have a curbside rain garden, and then down below is a bioswale. The parking lot is a fantastic opportunity of a place to put one of these configurations. And one of the benefits of doing this type of drainage in a parking lot is that it looks pretty. And you have street trees, and the street trees provide the added benefit of reducing the temperatures within the parking lot and providing shade, and also infiltrating stormwater and providing habitat for birds and squirrels and other little critters. So here's another example of what it looks like in kind of a drawing type format. So there is a break in the curb, so the water is flowing. So the asphalt is actually pitched towards this opening. So instead of the water flowing into a catch basin, it's flowing into this bioswale. And then you can see this is where if you have a concentrated amount of water, it'll go into a catch basin. So what are the benefits of the project? Of course, there are economic development benefits. What we're trying to do is make our downtown more welcoming and more attractive, with an eye towards attracting private investment, more businesses, more customers, more folks who will want to live downtown. And of course, it'd be great if we could attract visitors from our surrounding communities. Public safety benefits are obvious. Sidewalk, lighting, and parking lot improvements will encourage people to park once and walk between the various uses. Aesthetic benefits, the attractive design will hopefully elicit community pride. People will be, instead of knocking the downtown, which is something I hear quite a bit, they will start talking about how great our downtown is, and try and get the other communities jealous of what we have. Climate change benefits, of course, I already mentioned the benefits of street trees. I talked about the electric charging stations. But also, if we can encourage people to get out of their cars and walk between uses, or cycle between uses, then we're going to be reducing greenhouse gases. And then stormwater management benefits. Right now, there is no stormwater management at all to deal with snow melt or to deal with heavy rainfall. So it pretty much just sits there in puddles until it eventually evaporates into the air. So providing stormwater management in our downtown will have obvious improvements. So as I mentioned on Thursday night, the budget is approximately $250,000 for design. The total cost, construction cost, is about $2.5 million. A lot of that depends on the timing. So the total project cost estimated is $2,750,000. There are a number of potential funding sources for both design as well as for construction. For complete streets, there is up to $500,000 that's available for a construction project. That has to be a shovel-ready, fully designed project in order to be eligible for this grant. There's also the MVP Action Grant. I was successful in getting this grant 3 different times for downtown revitalization activities in downtown Millbury, and also the Commonwealth Places Grant. Another one that would be a great option for funding improvements to the Pocket Park. And then certainly the town of Northborough. We have a number of pots of money available to us. Municipal appropriation, Community Preservation Act funds, although that would be specific to the park improvements only. ARPA funds, Chapter 90 funds, and in-kind services, certainly. So project schedule is should we want to advance with this project, and I am looking for feedback from you as to whether that's something you're interested in. The key is, of course, to get funding to move forward, that $250,000. Should we get that funding, we would, of course, immediately procure an engineering consultant. And I'd also be interested in forming a focus group, which would consist of key town staff, like, say, the DPW director and the fire chief, board representatives, and stakeholders to work with the design team. It would be a good idea to get property owners as well as a business owner within the area to serve on that focus group. So the design process will take approximately 1 year. During that design process, I would certainly recommend that we launch our community outreach campaign. We want to make sure that our design is consistent with what the people of Northborough want. I would also be working towards applying for grants. That can be a lengthy process, and oftentimes once you submit, you have to wait a number of months before you hear. And of course, those grant applications do require a municipal match. So during that year, I would be also interested in seeing if the town of Northborough would fund a share of the construction costs. So once the funding is secured, and also during that period, that is when the permitting would happen. So once the permits are in hand and the construction money is in hand, we would procure a construction contractor. Always the best time to do that is around January, when the contractors haven't figured out their year's worth of work. So you often get the greatest level of interest and the most competitive pricing if you procure at that time. And once we have a construction contractor on board, if all goes well and the weather cooperates, I'd be interested in launching construction in April 2026. That would take approximately 9 months to complete. So substantial completion would occur in December of 2026. I did pretty much go over my entire presentation once again. But thank you for your patience for those of you who have already listened to this ones.
Appreciate that, Lori. Thank you. I will, before we open it up to questions, there's one general comment. Is a few weeks ago, I was in downtown Millbury to see a movie. I got there a little bit early because I wanted to see some of the downtown revitalization efforts that I know you led there. I'd driven through it, and I remember it from years ago before any of those things started. But I got there early so I could actually walk it, and it's really very impressive. So I'd encourage any board members that are not familiar with what it looks like now, certainly if you know what it used to look like, to park your car along the side of the road there and walk up and down both sides of the road and see all the sidewalks and ornamentation and everything else that's there, and the businesses that are thriving there is at least as impressive. So thank you.
Yes, the exciting thing for me, so of course I do live in the town of Millbury, so I drive through the downtown every single day, twice a day at a minimum. And when we started that project, one of the impetus for the project is all of the vacancies that we had downtown. And our downtown was looking kind of crummy. There was a lot of litter, and it was looking to be a sad place. And now there's only one empty storefront that I can think of. And there are cars parked throughout the downtown, throughout the day and the night. And it really does seem to be bustling. And I always am excited when I see people sitting in the pocket parks eating lunch and enjoying. They have summer concert series now. And so you see people about way more now than you ever did see before. So that's super exciting for me. And it would be super exciting if we could have a similar effect on Blake Street.
Thanks, Lori. Questions or comments from the board? Kristen.
Thanks, Lori. Again, it was actually not bad to see it again because there are a lot of pieces to it. So I was just going to review. So the total cost is 2 million plus, right? But so tonight you're just asking for if we would be interested in spending ARPA money on the design of phase one of, well, the design, and this is phase one, right?
Correct. So the phase one design would include design, public outreach, permitting. So those three components would be the major aspects of that $250,000 ask.
Okay. And that's phase one of the downtown revitalization that the MPIC has been talking about. Okay, great. And I really like the various types of gardens and pocket parks. Sometimes they're really small, but just big enough for a bench and some plants and whatever. We just have so much pavement. That little section of our downtown really is very pavement oriented. So hopefully the business owners down there would be interested in taking part, and maybe if they know what's happening in Millbury, they know it would probably be good for them if they get in on the action. So okay, thanks.
I saw a couple of hands up. Lisa.
Thanks again, Lori. I really appreciate that. I didn't think you'd go through the whole thing, but I think it was really good. We still have a lot of people that are looking, so I think it's a great community outreach. I love 90%. 90%. So could we do it tomorrow? That'd be great. I have a few questions. One, first off, is I'm concerned about the one-way change and having that engineered or spending money on having an engineer come in to traffic study and do all that, because when the 20 was done, the curb cuts were made so that you can't exit there. You've got the signs that say do not, but the curb is also there so you can't exit. So you know you can take a right into it heading west and then going down that street. I think making it one way is a little bit of a problem, in that where do you go? Do you back down the street to get back to Pierce Street? Do you drive through the parking areas to get back to Pierce Street? I think the way it is now, and going down there as often as I have, I think it works. Yes, you've got to restripe and put some islands in and things, but I think you'd be spending money on something that you would hear back that it wouldn't be the best use of that part of the money to go toward the one way. And I'm, I would like other people to, jump in on that. The other concern I have right now is that and it may be only 4 months from now, that we choose to do 4 West Main Street as the town offices. Would the town offices then put all that together and have it under one umbrella of what we're going to be doing down there? Because I think it's only 4 months. So while I'd love to see it striped right now, signs up right now, and I don't know why we couldn't put signs up anyway to say that it's public parking. And I may be able to get a hold of the owner of those 2 buildings that we're interested in getting some help with. I know that the owner's not around right now, but coming back probably from Europe. I'd like to be able to kind of hold off for a couple of months or so to be able to get some of that lined up for you. So that's what I'd like to offer right now.
Are there questions or comments? Oh, sorry, Lori, go ahead.
I did want to say, there is certain things that I'm not going to be able to get grant money for. If the town were interested in using 4 West Main Street for town hall, I think now would be the perfect time to leap, because there's going to be a transition period while 4 West Main Street is readied for the town hall. So there would be a period of time when that parking lot would not be needed. But then, of course, when the town hall moves over there, then it will be needed. So really, to do the construction when it's not needed is kind of ideal. So I would like to mention that, and then maybe repaving of the municipal parking lot is something that could be done as part of the town office renovation project, because there isn't really grant money available for repaving a parking lot. Although I would certainly want to have drainage installed in there, and there is money for that effort.
And you could use complete streets for some of that design, couldn't you?
Not for the parking lot, but you could use it for street trees, for ADA compliant sidewalks, certainly that sidewalk gap on East Main Street. So those definitely are things that Complete Streets would pay for.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Tim.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I've listened to this twice and I've talked to Laurie a lot about this. And we're looking at the time, right? 2026, there's a lot of stuff that has to happen from the start of this design until we build. So if you think it's a good idea, if we want to repurpose 4 West Main for us, or make it, somewhat resembling Class A rental space, we have to invest in this area. It's tough to come in and ask. We know we can do those small things. We can restripe, we can do some parking signs, but to really see this vision through, this goes back, and I said this before, and I don't want to be redundant, but this not only is it consistent with the master plan, but this pilot, if you will, this one example, proving to the community we can do this both with a combination of ARPA money to get us started and then grant funds and execute. If we can pull this off, it really shows the community the commitment level that we have, and you can do it and replicate it in other places. That's just going to spur, I believe, in private investment as you go through. I mean, it's evident in discussion with Millbury, as they did this project, storefronts became occupied and you have one vacancy. That's an incredible scenario. So, and Laura, you hit it on the head when you talked about the timing of, if that were to be town hall space, we can't have, construction and then construction. It's just, it's going to be miserable anyways, because construction projects always are. But it's thoughtful that you're here now asking for the design phase, and getting the public input is critical. If we can do it cheaper, we would obviously do that, but the baseline of getting the design, I think, is critical. So I can't tell you that this should be thought of very, very critically. I think it's just critically important.
Thanks, Tim. Julianne, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, so I love this idea. You mentioned public outreach, but in your in the statement that in the letter that you wrote to us, you said there would be a focus group, but will there be more public outreach?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I envisioned is that there would be at least 2 community events. So there would be one at the 25% design phase. Then there would be another one at the 50% design phase. And the purpose of those meetings will be to get feedback from the public on the design itself, to see if people are on board with the various elements. The 25% design phase is still pretty conceptual. The 50% is where you're really getting into the weeds. And once you go above the 50%, you really want to get your community input all taken care of. And then at the end, when the design is complete, there would be another presentation I would envision before you folks, where we would say, ta-da, this is the design, this is what we've come up with. What do you think? Are you willing to support it? And then, of course, we'll be seeking money at town meeting, so a town appropriation, and it would be a significant amount, approximately $1 million, I would imagine. So there would likely be a presentation at town meeting as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Julianne. Laura.
Thank you for the presentation again, Lori. I don't know if it was seeing it twice. It helped. It was helpful for me just to really get a better perspective of the project, and I really like what it looks like. So thank you for that. And I think it'll make that part of town really pretty. The Blake Street question, I think, came up already, and it's such a tricky area. Would there be an option to make Blake Street a dead end at West Main Street? I don't know if that would be a consideration rather than one way. Just because right now, like, it would be like you can only go in that way, you can't get out that way. Like, there's no one way that would work other than a dead end. So that was one thought there, that I don't know if that was an option. And then the other one, I think this came up at the last meeting, and I'm sorry I didn't have better notes, but from the focus group perspective, can you remind me what the focus group would be made up of? I know you said some staff and some key stakeholders, but can you just elaborate on that, please? And I'm sorry for the redundant questions.
Yeah, so as far as the dead end is concerned, so my main motivation for wanting to make it one way all the way down is because I want to be able to have more opportunities for on-street parking. So of course, if we were to narrow up that 150-foot wide driveway opening, then there is the possibility of doing grass strip, kind of like there already is. And then we could accommodate parallel parking along that. So right now, the paved width of the roadway in the middle is approximately 28 feet. So it's 22 feet, I'm sorry, 24 feet at the narrowest point with Route 20. And then it widens to 28 feet. And so it doesn't give us a heck of a lot of room to play with. In order to have the additional on-street parking, it would be good to be able to narrow up that street somewhat. Because of course, you know, the typical dimensions of a parking space are 9 by 18. So, you know, you're getting narrow. If you're talking about a 28-foot paved width, and then you're putting the parallel parking. So now we're to 19 feet, which is, I mean, certainly we have plenty of streets that are that wide, but they tend to be like little cul-de-sacs. So that would be a little narrow for two-way traffic. So the one-way option, I don't think would really resolve that issue.
Okay.
But I would be interested in having a traffic engineer study it because they know far more than the average person, including myself, about how to best deal with this problem.
Got it. And then the other question was just the focus group makeup once again, please?
Oh yeah, focus group. Yeah, I mean, I'm flexible. You know, I would say that some of it is just people who were interested in serving on the focus group. It would be helpful to have people with some sort of skill. So, you know, if we had a traffic engineer in town who was interested in serving on the committee, then we could probably get some free advice. If we had an architect or, you know, some people who are either currently serving on committees who have these expertise or who are just, you know, residents. I do think it's important. Of course, we have those two private property owners. If they were interested in allowing us to do something with their parking lots, I would think that one of them should serve on the focus group. And certainly there are some businesses that are already along that stretch. I think it would be good to have one of them serving on the focus group as well, because we want to make sure that we have buy-in from that community in particular.
Yeah.
Laura, I'll add that you know, I have some question concern about how to adapt the road in terms of its one-wayness that I expressed at the meeting the other night. That does not preclude me from supporting this tonight. I think those are things that will have the opportunity to work their way out, and having a you know, a traffic engineer involved in the process, I think will present some options and certainly a lot of information that we at this meeting wouldn't know how to address. So I you know, I am open-minded that we'll find whatever the best option is. It doesn't work very, very well now. I'm kind of used to it now. But I want it to look so much nicer, and it can be so much nicer. And if we have to sacrifice some flexibility in traffic to get the other benefits, you know, that may be very worthwhile. So we've got to start down this process to figure that out. You know, myself, I think this is great. My only real complaint is that it didn't come to us a year ago or 2 years ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago. I know it had to follow the master plan process. So this is why it's before us tonight and not sometime in the past. I'm looking forward to hopefully moving forward with this. Julianne.
Obviously, the traffic pattern is going to be you know, an essential part of this. And I would say that you know, we have to be very careful about weighing the benefits of a one-way street and getting a little more green space with a two-way street, which could potentially be easier for people to come in and out, because you could have a beautiful space, and if it's not easy for people to get there, that's it's kind of a shame. So that's going to be a really important part of this project. But I'm as Lori, as you said, get a traffic engineer to really look at it, and if you need test drivers, I'm happy to happy to help.
Great. We have one hand up from the audience, Rick Leaf. I'll bring you in. Rick, if you could identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind.
Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, Rick Leaf, 30 Wallace Farm Road, and now I'm speaking in my role as the chair of the Master Plan Implementation Committee. As we presented last Thursday night, a lot of work went into putting together a plan for the revitalization of the downtown. And there's no doubt one of the key, as the consultants call it, catalyst areas is going to be that stretch of town, starting with 4 West Main Street, the old town hall, working down Blake Street, and eventually ending up on Pierce Street where the existing fire station is, which is eventually going to become vacant. And there's some very interesting plans in the downtown revitalization plan for what could happen to that fire station. And Blake Street becomes sort of the avenue that connects Main Street down through Pierce Street and back to the fire station. Most likely, it's going to be our best opportunity to start to do some work to beautify and revitalize the downtown. So I think getting started with Lori's plan on Blake Street is a wonderful way to begin downtown revitalization, not only from the standpoint of laying out a plan for how to use that street more effectively. I agree with what's been said tonight, that work has to go into deciding what's going to happen to the traffic pattern on the street. But irrespective of that, the other things mentioned tonight around the ability to manage the parking more effectively, to handle the look and feel of the street with pedestrian scale lighting, greenery and trees and bioswales and retention basins, things like that are all important, independent of what decision is made on one-way or two-way. And it starts to show people that this is going to become the beginning of downtown revitalization, and whatever gets decided on 4 West Main Street will fit into that. And I think the timing of this is good, and that we'll probably be talking about in the same time frame, thinking about what the plans are going to be for the existing fire station. And as we start to figure that out and consider how the town might propose redeveloping that, or an RFP that might go out to the development community, having an idea of what Blake Street is going to look like, how it's going to fit into all of this is going to be important, and I think will generate enthusiasm for the redevelopment of the fire station eventually. So I think it makes perfect sense to go ahead and find a way to fund this. If ARPA funds can be used to get it started quickly, certainly that'd be my preference, but obviously that's your call as a board as to what you want to do. But my sense is the sooner we can get this rolling, we can really start to make headway on downtown revitalization. So I'd strongly advise you to make a decision tonight that will get this moving in the short term. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Rick. Another audience comment, Mike Tejan. Mike, if you could identify yourself and let us know what's on your mind.
Sure, thank you. Mike Tejan, 30 Auger Ave. Again, Lori, thank you for running through your presentation again. I like the look of it, the feel of it, and the way everything is laid out. I guess kind of as you were running through it, I'm looking at like Google Maps. I'm looking at Blake Street on Google Maps and seeing the layout of it, and then flipping over to the downtown of Millbury. I guess the biggest difference I see between the two is that downtown section of Millbury has those, right, the 2 main roads that connect, and all that was redone sort of right there. If that's the same spot, if I'm looking at the right area. And Blake is right, sort of a odd side street, right? And I guess right to do this on Blake, the idea would then sort of right, the storefronts will follow, but that would also mean right, large changes to the type of buildings that are back there. They're from seeing what's there now, right? There's not a lot of vacant storefront on Blake Street. There just isn't a lot of storefront, right? That there's one restaurant, a doggy daycare, the consignment shop, and the bowling. There's just not a lot there. So I guess I like a lot. I like everything that you're showing and presenting. I guess my concern is sort of the spot it's located. I guess if you build it, they will come. But in the back of my mind, sort of what if it doesn't? So where is that? Doing more than what that piece of property is going to cost, 437 Whitney. A lot more than that on this on just Blake Street, where I would love to see the stuff that you've got laid out for Blake, on Church Street from the bridge towards downtown, or, from Assabet Park back towards Route 20, the main drags that everybody sees that really need to be spruced up. And maybe that's something for down the road that just takes more effort and more money. But I guess that's sort of the thing in the back of my mind where I don't know, as a citizen making a comment, I would necessarily enough to be against it. It's just sort of, I guess the concern I have is Blake and its location, and it kind of being that side street without a lot of storefront, like other examples like Millbury and other places, or Hudson that had those brick buildings and storefronts right up to the sidewalk that we kind of all have in our mind. So not really a question, just more of a comment. So thank you.
Well, if I can give you a little bit of history, originally when we started this downtown revitalization project, we were all really focused on Route 20 and how we were going to make Route 20 more pedestrian friendly. And, many of us were interested in having on-street parking and kind of narrowing the roadway width so that it could be easier to cross from one side of the street to the other. And there was a traffic engineer who was involved in the study and performed some traffic counts. And unfortunately, what we were told is the volume of traffic is such that any changes to the roadway lanes would lead to such excessive quantities of congestion during rush hour that Mass DOT would not allow us to make those changes. So as you know, Route 20 is under the jurisdiction and ownership of Mass DOT. So that caused us to kind of look to the side streets to figure out how we can accomplish what we want, how we can create a pedestrian friendly downtown despite the challenges of Route 20. Now, Blake Street in particular is an intriguing phase 1 project because of the large amount of town-owned land. So, of course, you have 4 West Main Street that is owned by the town. You have the Pocket Park. You have the municipal parking lot. So there's a lot of things that the town has control over because it owns the land. Whereas when you're looking at some of the other side streets, yes, we do own the fire station on Pierce Street, but it's still actively in use as a fire station. So the timing just isn't ripe for those other areas, whereas for West Main Street is up now. That is a current underutilized building that we're looking to address. So that's what caused us to look at Blake Street. And then just because, of course, I'm a planner. So I say this all the time. Planners deal in decades. Planners don't deal in the normal time frame that most people deal with. So it may not look the way we want it to look today, but that doesn't mean that 5 years from now or 10 years from now that it can't be totally transformed. So the key is to set the stage. There is a lot of underutilized property, particularly on the east side of Blake Street. So the Fatouche Restaurant and the Doggy Daycare, those are small buildings. There is the potential to do something greater than what is. So if you set the stage, then and you write your zoning bylaws in such a way where you are being very clear as to what you want and encouraging and show people that the land use boards are willing to partner with private developers on accomplishing this vision, then it's amazing what can be accomplished in a short period of time. So that's what I'm proposing. I'm proposing to make changes to areas that the town has control over in an effort to excite the development community, to show them that the town is willing to invest in downtown Northborough, and so they should too.
Mike, thank you for the question. And Lori, thank you for the explanation. Any other comments or questions from board members? Lisa.
Last question is, so after this, we go to town meeting and we ask town meeting for money. Where would that ask be made at town meeting? Where would the funds come from for the rest of the 2 million?
So it's too early to say. First of all, I don't know what the total cost will be of the project. I will, as the project advances, like there are certain grants that fund certain tasks. So if it's looking like those are things, those are boxes that people in Northborough are willing to check, then I will have a better idea about what type of grant opportunities are available to us. The grant opportunities are also constantly shifting. Like, for example, right now we are faced with the MBTA obligation. So if we do not adopt a by right multifamily bylaw by December 31st of 2024, then we are shut out of all grant funding that is offered by the state for the most part. So there will be no grants available. So, if December comes and that is what happens, then this project will either be delayed or the town will have to pony up all of the money, except for the complete streets. As far as I know, the complete streets is federal money, so it would not be one of the grant programs that we would lose out on should we not comply with the MBTA.
So then, but what if the town voted that they didn't want to spend the money on that? What would happen to this phase?
And we wouldn't go forward, or we would go forward in a much smaller way. So, like, for example, if they decided that they only wanted to fund park improvements, then that's all that would happen.
So
we need to do the design work before we can seek the funds for construction.
For the grants or from town?
Both.
For both.
So I'm just a little concerned that all the stuff's coming forward and people are going to be maybe not. But
Mr. Chair, it'd be a year out, correct? Before we would make another. It wouldn't be this town meeting. It would be probably next year, as you said, 12 months for design and gathering input.
Yep. I would be seeking funds at the April 2025 town meeting.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, are we ready for a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. We have one more comment from the audience, Rick Leaf again. Rick, I apologize. I almost missed you.
It's okay. Yeah, I just want to reinforce again that I think this $250,000 is a good investment to start to figure out what's possible on Blake Street, and also to show, that this is a a first step in a greater effort towards revitalization of the downtown. And it's a worthwhile investment to get some information to understand what can be done. If in fact, as we go further down the road, the town doesn't seem to have the appetite to spend the money that's going to be necessary to do this kind of work, so be it. But I think at this point in the game, when there's been a lot of enthusiasm to do downtown revitalization, I think it's incumbent upon us to take at least one step and start to do some initial design work and an evaluation of what needs to be done. So once again, I think this is $250,000 well invested. Thanks.
Thank you, Rick.
One more thing.
Lisa.
Just one more thing. We used Weston and Sampson to do the MPIC. We're not planning to use them for this, is that correct?
I was planning on going out to bid, and then there'll be a selection committee. I don't know who's going to be on the selection committee at this point. And ultimately we'll determine who to choose based on those who submit proposals.
And is there some reason they didn't do this in part of what they were doing in their package, that they didn't do this street?
Because that wasn't their scope of work.
Yeah, that was one phase of design work, if you will, looking at very big picture stuff in all of downtown. And this is getting more detailed in one of those spots.
Yeah, kind of wish we had done it the other way around.
Now, usually you can't, you have to do the visioning exercise first. So that's the preliminary work. Find out what people want to see. And then you go to design, and then you go to construction. So even the funders, they're always looking to ensure that you did your visioning first. And if you didn't, you don't get funded.
Okay.
All right. Unless there are no further questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion.
I move the board to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $250,000 for the estimated cost of design, community outreach, and permitting services relative to Phase 1 Downtown Revitalization Project, and for expenditure for such sum by the planning director pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A.
Second.
Motion made by Lisa, seconded by Julianne. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Lisa.
I'm having a hard time with this one.
I'm going to come back to you.
Yeah, get back to me.
Okay. Julianne.
Then you order first.
Okay. Julianne.
Aye.
Kristen.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
Didn't take very long. Lisa.
Okay, I'll have the bacon and egg. Yes, aye.
Okay. I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Lori, thank you very, very much. I'm very excited about this.
Oh, good. Thank you so much for your support.
Yeah, this is good. I look forward to seeing where this goes, in addition to everything else downtown. So this is great. And I also thank you for joining us for the past 3 hours of our meeting. We have a little bit more to do, but I think your role here is complete. You're welcome to stick around, of course.
Not quite, not quite.
I've got one more topic.
Oh, we do have the other one. We do. I was thinking too ahead. All right, next up we have Planning Director Lori Connors, consideration of request for ARPA funding for the White Cliffs Reuse, Redevelopment, Community Outreach, and Engagement Project.
Mr. Chairman,
I promise you I don't have a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. Tim.
So I'm gonna tell you that I'm the new guy, and you know that obviously, but I've talked to a lot of people who have varying opinions on White Cliffs, and Laurie and I talked about what she knows from her experience here, what I've learned from when CPA first authorized the money to buy that property in 2017, and now it's 5.5, 6 years later, and there needs to be something done. So this, you might know the history of why she solicited this proposal, but as I learned of it, it seemed like that was the piece that was missing. We need to coalesce around what the community wants to see happen with this. And that's what this proposal does. And I only say that when I know you're going to go through some more detail, But just being the new guy and that being what I see everybody coming to me with, what they want to see the uses, what they don't want to see the uses of, it's impossible to sort out, even in my awesome position that I'm in. It can't be done without gathering and streamlining that information from the community of what it wants to see. And that's what this proposal will do. So I just share that with you, being the new guy, if you give me a little bit of dispensation relative to having, being in a position to listen to people and know that we're pretty splintered on this point. And I think this will help us get on the same page, hopefully, if not, at least in the same book. Thank you.
Jim, I think you've presented this very well. Lori, if there's anything you would like to add?
Yeah, so I just wanted to add that I have provided you with two different proposals. The first one is from DBVW. So they are the consultant team that prepared the reuse assessment and analysis for White Cliffs that was completed in 2020. There's a lot of fabulous information in that document. And so what I envisioned is that they would participate in a community workshop where they would kind of set the stage as to what's been done. There were 3 reuse scenarios that they studied as part of that report. One was multifamily housing. Another one was town offices. And a third one was an event venue. And so they could explain why those uses were chosen and what the pluses and minuses of those particular uses are, and they could answer questions from the public on that. And then there's a second proposal from Capital Strategic Solutions. So DBVW, of course, they are the experts in historic preservation, and Capital Strategic Solutions is a facilitator. So this is what they do for a living, is try to elicit feedback. And there are various components to their proposal that you can choose from. So you can go with all of it, or you can go with part of it. It's up to you. I did ask them to identify a cost for the various types of community outreach services. So those are specified. Of course, the big ones are to do a website. Of course, there is already a web page, but to update it. They would attend 2 different community events, 2 different community meetings, and 2 virtual project meetings. So those are more scoping sessions. They would prepare a social media toolkit, which has graphics. So the idea is to do like a brochure that could then go out to people to kind of describe what White Cliffs is all about. And they are also proposing the most expensive aspect is a video production of White Cliffs reuse development. So the idea behind that is a lot of people have said, that they have never been inside White Cliffs, or they haven't been inside lately. And so they don't really understand where things are at. So the point of this video would be to really show the existing conditions on the exterior and the interior, show some of the special features that are so unique to this building that we really would like to celebrate and preserve. So kind of show the good, bad, and ugly of White Cliffs. So that's the idea behind the video production. So be interested in hearing your thoughts.
Kristen.
Thank you for that. That is something that really needs to happen if the Town Hall Feasibility Study Committee that is already looking at White Cliffs, and we've just hired architects to spend a lot of money on the 4 buildings that are being considered for the new town hall, right? And one of them is White Cliffs. And I feel like if we hire people to do this right now before the icon architects really get a chance to do their thing with White Cliffs, we're paying two different groups of people to step on each other's toes. And the town hall feasibility study just got underway. Like we just got their scope of study two weeks ago on Wednesday. So, I mean, I'm all about spending the ARPA money, and I'm all about doing what the community wants to do for White Cliffs, but I feel like I'm the only one in the room, with the possible exception of Tim and Diane, who knows what's going on in both groups, because Laurie's not part of the town hall group. And the people, the staff, town staff that's part of the town hall group isn't here. And I just as a representative of spending Northborough's money, I'm not usually the one to be like, oh, no, no, no. But that's really, I feel really strongly about that right now, because it just feels like if people find out that we're spending their ARPA money on something right now that we're already paying for out of different funds, that it kind of is doing the same thing. I just feel like that's a little bit irresponsible. I think it's a great idea to do the White Cliffs, all the White Cliffs things that people think is a good idea to do, but maybe let the town hall folks do their thing first. And if they rule out White Cliffs, then great, let's go for it. Let's jump right in there and get this done really quick. But they haven't had a chance to do their thing yet. And you just said, like, one of the things that these people will be looking at is whether or not it's feasible to make it town hall. We are already paying experts to do that. So
no, they already did that. So the DPVW report, they already analyzed that 4 years ago. So all they would be doing is kind of given a summary of what the report says. And during a facilitated exercise, when we're talking about potential uses for town hall, I mean, for the White Cliffs Mansion, they would kind of be putting parameters around it to make the discussion more realistic. So it's not, you know, oh, well, let's make it an amusement park, or, you know, so that there's when you take into account the costs of redevelopment and renovation, there's enough profit in the use to make it worthwhile, to make it possible. That's what they would do.
Right. Well, but if we have these other people who are possibly going to say, we think White Cliffs would make a great town hall, and then go ahead and do their thing, why would this be useful, I guess, then?
And a thought on that, would this help us as a board and as a town understand the town's level of interest in turning White Cliffs into town hall?
Yes.
Okay. Not the viability of it, whether it makes the most sense as town hall, but to also understand the political and financial viability of, will people come out and support it if in fact the town hall feasibility study committee says that's a good option?
Because Icon is talking to us about our space needs, and then they're trying to say whether we should build, go to 4 West Main, or go to some other site. I forget the name of the group, Laurie, that did the first. It's cost prohibitive just from the numbers for us. From an individual standpoint, I'd love to be in that building for town hall. It'd be great. But to rebuild it for all the damage that's occurred in that building, water and otherwise, it's going to be cost prohibitive for me to ever recommend to you to spend that kind of money for a municipal operation to be moved there. So even if Icon really got there, I would, knowing what I know now, only being here 40 days, I would tell you it's cost prohibitive. But to the chair's point, if that's what the community wants, we can discern that from these forums that they're gonna have, because there's a survey component in there as well. And we need to talk about signage on the site too, to get people to engage with us as they drive by that site as well. That's a different point, but I offer those two things. I see what you're saying, but just on its first blush, it's just so much money to make that a use for municipal.
Yeah, I just one of the design proposals, and I don't even remember if it was Icon, wasn't renovating that building. One of the sort of more out of the box ideas was building a new building right next to it with like a connection to it, and then having White Cliffs being more of a community center type building, which is really from our last conversation, I don't know, was it a year ago or so, about White Cliffs, whether or not we should make it into affordable housing. That seemed to be what a lot of the, especially the neighbors around that area, but other residents in Northborough really wanted White Cliffs to turn into, was some sort of community center. So the town hall part of it, my understanding wasn't that it would be in that building, because that is too impractical and too expensive. And that was pretty clear from the get-go. But the idea was that one of the groups had like a building right next to it, so that it was part of the sort of the town hall, like it was all owned by the town. It was like a park, and with all the they have a big grassy area there, tons of parking, and then this beautiful mansion that the people can rent out for various events or whatever, and then a new town hall building next to it. So anyway, so it wouldn't just be that one idea. And I'm just throwing it out there because I am I'm the liaison to that one committee. Well, I'm actually on the committee. So it just seemed very strange to me that we're kind of doubling up, and people are always saying, why are you doing this? And generally, I'm not the one to notice that it's happening until a resident points it out to me. But this time I was like, that seems weird to me. So it's not that I think it's a bad idea. I think it's an awesome idea, but would it be better to maybe wait, I don't know, at least till Icon has a little more time to kind of give us a little more information? I don't know.
Julianne.
I'm with Kristen on this. I understand, Tim, where you're coming from, that it's, to put town hall there is going to be a huge project. But once the town hall feasibility study comes up with their recommendation, and then the town understands what that project is going to cost, if it's for West Main or White Cliffs, or what was it, the fire station was another option. If we understand all the possibilities of those costs, then we'll have a better sense also of potentially the money that the town has an appetite for investing in White Cliffs. And I have a few minor points about Capital Strategic Solutions. It doesn't seem like they have much of a background in historic building preservation, and I guess DBVW would be the resource on that. But CSS is going to do a lot of the the website and the survey, and without somebody there who is an expert at historic building preservation, I don't know that we're going to get all the information we need to the public for them to make a good decision. So I would say, let's just hold off on this and see what Town Hall Feasibility Committee recommends. And just one other minor point, the video that Capital Strategic offered to do, I wonder if our cable committee could do it. So maybe there's some things in there that we could study a little more and cut down on some of that cost. It's kind of pricey.
I did reach out to a number of preservation vendors, and they're not interested in doing facilitated exercises. At least 4 of them have told me that they had no interest in doing this. So they are historic preservation experts. Some of them were, developers, but that's their expertise. So, they'd be interested in designing a renovation to White Cliffs, but they're not interested in doing community outreach. So that's why my thought was to blend the two. DBVW knows far more about White Cliffs than any of these other historic preservation firms, because they did the report, the assessment and the reuse analysis study in 2020. So they've got a huge amount of information, and they are also historic preservation experts. So I think the combination, you're right, it's important to have a combination of historic preservation folks and folks who are expert in community outreach. But I haven't been successful in finding those two disciplines in the same company.
So there are the organizations, though, Historic New England, Preservation Massachusetts, they're not interested?
They are not, no.
And what
They
about
don't
architectural heritage?
They don't do community outreach.
And architectural,
that's not their expertise.
Architectural heritage, did you?
They are not interested.
Well, I still have some concerns about, the lack of experience with Capital Strategic, since they will be doing a lot of the information providing. But I still, I still go back to, Kristen's point. It's not a harm to wait a couple of months, because this is money that will be used quickly and meet the deadline. So let's just do it in a stepwise fashion.
I have no problem waiting to do that. We brought it because we thought I would be here making multiple presentations over 3 hours. So we thought we'd kill a lot of birds with a couple stones. But we could certainly wait. I think we're meeting on the 24th for the committee.
Yes.
And I don't know I haven't seen any preliminary information out from them, but
No, I haven't either. But
why
don't that'd be great if you mentioned to them what Lori proposed tonight, so that they have that in the back of their minds too, and they know we really want to get going with White Cliffs, whatever. So, and we have this great plan all set to go. So yeah, but I think in those meetings, we've definitely made it clear the committee is really aggressive in a really great way, and Scott and Sean are really on board with, okay, you guys want to keep going fast, let's go fast, so I think it'd be okay.
Great.
Okay. Lisa?
Just have a question on the back page, the ownership of documents with DVBW. I think that's kind of an important question. One of the lines says, however, such documents are not intended or represented to be suitable for reuse by the client. Now, they did the presentations. I saw every one of them. The one thing that they did do that we knew we weren't going to have was ownership of the x-rays, I think, something to that effect. We did it. We weren't sure what it was going to cost, but it was done and it was put in like a little library. They were supposed to come forward. Part of their contract was supposed to come forward and do a meeting with the people. And they had gone through all of the, these are the ideas that you could use, and they'd gone through all of them to find out that pretty much it was too expensive to do the building on there for residences. It was the town hall was too expensive, so that was the third piece, was making it into a center again. But I don't understand why they have to be paid again to do the work that they didn't finish. Like, how is that contract finished without them doing what they were supposed to do? And what does this mean? that we can't use it? What does that mean? Do you know?
So I wasn't here in 2020, so I can't speak to, what was included in the contract and what wasn't. I have never seen the contract. But what I can tell you is that from what I understand, when they were wrapping up this project, it was the middle of COVID. So they gave a presentation, but it was done virtually because you weren't allowed to have community meetings with more than 10 people at the time. It might have been 20 people. So there is a presentation that they provided to the White Cliffs Reuse Committee. I'm not sure, how many people attended. I'm sure there's some sort of meeting minutes somewhere that talks about the attendance. I assume it was a meeting like this. But that presentation is on the White Cliffs Reuse Committee webpage. So certainly you can all view it.
All right, so that could even be made something to the public, so the public could find it again and see it.
It is absolutely available to the public on the White Cliffs Reuse Committee page. It's been up there for the entire time that I've been here, so 2 years. So probably went up as soon as DBVW made the presentation.
Okay, but can you shed light again on what the ownership of documents means?
That's standard legalese that they put in documents. All we are anticipating that they would do is a presentation. So like I said, they said it's been so long since they did the report that they would have to remind themselves about, the particulars of the report. There may be some things that everybody would want updated. So like all of the figures are 2020 figures. It's now 2024. So that's the output that we're expecting is a PowerPoint presentation. So they'll give us a PowerPoint presentation. They're not creating anything other than that, unless you want them to do more.
And what's the cost of that?
$4,600, I believe.
Okay,
thank you.
Tim,
It's travel, preparation, presentation to the selectmen, and miscellaneous administration and coordination. And it would include multiple people, like, for example, Peregrine Consultants did the feasibility study on the reuse options. So it wouldn't just be the architects, it would also be members from the other consultant team.
Okay, thank you.
Tim, is it your understanding also that ownership of documents is pretty standard in a lot of contracts? I don't know if you've had a chance to see that or not.
Did you ask me? I didn't hear if you said.
Oh yeah, if
yeah, they're going to say that
clause is pretty standard.
when they write they'll do their study, and whatever they'll claim it's intellectual property. I'm using those air quotes.
Yeah.
But it's everything that's on our website is a public record. We can use them. Can we reuse them in a marketing campaign? I mean, I think they would. I don't think they would sue us for it, but we can A, ask for clarification, and B, if there's something in their documents that we want to use, we can just ask for permission.
Another thing that would be covered too is, like, we can't take their document and change it and then pretend that they did it.
Good point.
That'd be plagiarism.
Yeah, I think I agree that it makes sense to wait until the Town Hall Feasibility Study Committee has made a determination one way or another. If they eliminate White Cliffs as an option, I think then we should go ahead and immediately reconsider this. And if they follow through and do recommend it as the option, I think something like this is helpful for us to gauge the public's interest in funding such a thing, because that we know that will be a very expensive option to build town hall, in or adjacent to White Cliffs. It might be helpful. I will absolutely echo what Julianne suggested about using cable for the videography. We have an excellent cable department, really, really good staff, good equipment. They know how to use it. Probably they can do this, maybe before this comes back again. And I do hope it comes back again in some form before too long. Run it by the cable department and say, hey, is this something that you can do? I'll bet they probably can. And that would trim $8,000 off of this cost, and the rest of it to me makes a lot of sense to do. I'm seeing that as, I think, consensus from the board to we're not saying no, we're saying not yet.
Do you want a motion to table this item?
I don't think we don't need a motion. We just won't take a motion to approve it. It'll go on some future agenda to be determined. While we have you, Lori, and we're talking about White Cliffs, are you working on something else that we've talked about, which is, I forget the name of that grant that is due every spring, as far as getting information together so that we can hopefully apply for some funds there?
I was told to put the brakes on that because there was the interest in doing the community outreach.
Okay.
There's no way, of course, I don't have any funding to do any of the architectural work. So the best case scenario at this point is to apply for the underutilized grant to do the architectural services. So it would probably take about 6 months to find out if we actually got the funding, and then probably another 6 months or so to do the architectural work. But that could set us up for June 2025 grant round for construction.
Is there? I didn't realize that phase that discussion had stopped. Is it too late to come to this board and request ARPA funding for that design work and try to get into the queue for construction funding with this June's deadline?
It is too late at this point because I have to procure the architectural services because I anticipate them to be over $30,000.
Yeah.
And that process delays everything a month. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't think that it's realistic, because then of course usually they're not ready to go right away, so the procurement process usually takes a couple of months.
Okay. And just so everybody knows what we were talking about is the first things that need to happen in this building in any scenario are the removal of additions that are on that building, particularly the large banquet hall addition, which we know is caving in and is the initial source of mold that has spread throughout much of the building. No one can possibly reuse that existing addition, and some of the other additions are non-historical. So there's been discussion over the past couple of months about just starting the process of going towards grant money to take that down, to show progress on using the building, because no matter what the future use is, the very first thing is to do that. So if we could get the grant funds to do that, then that makes a lot of sense. Julianne.
So it would be $30,000 just to get a plan to take down the.
Oh no, it's looking, the quotes that I received were anywhere from $85,000 to $100,000 just to do the architectural work to figure out how to demolish those additions. So
and seal up the holes in a proper way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Particularly, there's one entire side of the building that was removed in order to put up the addition, and it goes up into the second story. So if you remove that addition, then you have a giant gaping hole of half the building. So there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done to figure out how to button up the building, particularly on that side. So that's the biggest challenge. And some of these additions tie into the roof. And so it's a lot more complicated than one would think.
So I think I would be willing to entertain ARPA money for to think about that, you know, put it on the rest of our list for that, because that could get done by 2026. The architectural.
It could also be, so what Lori was saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Lori, is that you could use that grant this year for the design funds and then go back next year for the construction based on that design. And that wouldn't need any ARPA money. What I was hoping for is use ARPA money as an accelerator to that and then put in for June for construction and get it done a year sooner. But it sounds like we may have missed that window at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I could use ARPA money for design, or I could use grant money for design, but construction is still, if the goal is to get underutilized grant money for construction, then that deadline is going to be June 2nd, 2025, or first week of June.
Okay. And I'd rather use grant money than ARPA money if the grant money is available. and we can't get anything done any sooner anyway. All right. That's a little bit ancillary to the agenda items. I don't think we should talk too much more about it, but I thought it was close enough to ask that question. All right. So I think that concludes our discussion on whitelists for the evening and that agenda item, unless anybody has anything else. Lori, now I will thank you for what is now almost 4 hours of your time tonight. Laura, did you have a question?
No, I think thank you, Lori.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lori. We will move along now at this late hour. Poor Andy Dowd has been waiting in our room for yes, demonstration and consideration of electronic voting devices for town meeting. Andy, I will bring you in. I also see town moderator Fred George. I will bring in. And Andy, once you're in, if you could let me know if you want me to bring Peter Babel from Meridia Systems in right away, or if you want to do a little bit of talking first.
You can hold off a moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, members of the board. Thanks for sticking with us so we can get through this next agenda item.
Thank you for sticking with us.
You're welcome. As the board had requested recently, we've researched the use of electronic voting devices that could be used at town meeting. So tonight I'm going to provide the board with a brief overview, after which one of the vendors, Peter, who's on also waiting patiently, will provide a demonstration so the board will get a sense of how a system would actually work. Keep in mind, he represents one of about 3 vendors that does business in Massachusetts, not necessarily a vendor we would be going with. This is simply for demonstration purposes. And we're joined, as you said, by Fred George, our moderator, who obviously needs to have input because they always say it is in fact his meeting. So he's the boss at town meeting. So just briefly, the electronic voting for town meetings certainly has some benefits, and it also presents some challenges. The benefits clearly are that the systems would eliminate the need to hand count votes. They may increase voter participation if we're able to see an expedited meeting, although when talking to my colleagues across the state, that isn't typically the case. Doesn't necessarily make your meeting go faster. And of course, the system quickly calculates a simple majority needed, or more importantly, if it's a 2/3 or 4/5 majority vote, you get very quick results from that. The challenges that could present themselves if we were to use the clickers is not having enough devices for a large crowd that attends. We would probably consider buying, say, approximately 500 units. That in general, in my 20 years as clerk, would cover us for every meeting. Although last year, I think we had 489 on night 1, so we were very, very close. If a large turnout were expected, we could certainly rent more units from the vendor And there's also the possibility that you could borrow devices from a neighboring community if they own the same equipment and they're numbered in a way that they would be compatible with our system. That's something that you'd have to arrange ahead of time. So if you had a kind of just an unexpected surge, you could end up, if you had 700 people show and only 500 clickers, you would have to revert back to the old school way because everyone would need to be voting by the same method. The other issue is, as I've heard from colleagues around the state, is voters would question the integrity and the security of the technology. And they may question, is in fact my device, is my vote really counting? The other consideration I think is important for the board to think about is town meeting, they always say, is the purest form of democracy that exists. It's an old, very old New England tradition, as you all know. Using technology to make all the votes anonymous appears to go against the basic concept of town meeting, where folks show up, they raise their hand, they use their voice, they show their card to indicate how they feel about a certain item, and they vote that way in front of their friends and neighbors in the building. And in doing so, that also gives them an opportunity to potentially talk to folks that have similar opinions or maybe differing opinions, and they can have a conversation about that after the fact. We usually are fortunate to have pretty friendly town meetings. Logistically, these systems do require some technical support, whether that's from our own IT folks or from the vendor, which would of course cost additional money. They require maintenance in the sense that they're battery operated. There's the chance that a battery may fail. If you've got 500 units, it sounds simple, but you'd have to go through all 500, assure the batteries are fresh before each meeting. And the cost is significant for the purchase. Rough dollars for 500 units, you're looking at $15,000 or so, depending on the vendor we choose and the number of units and a few other factors. So those are things for the board to consider as we go forward. The town of Southborough did just agree to purchase a clicker system, and they'll be using those at their March 23rd meeting. Certainly, if any of the board members wish to visit the Southborough town meeting and witness that system in operation, that may be a good opportunity to view it in person. At this point, as I said, we do have a vendor who's been patiently waiting. Peter Babel from Meridia Systems is prepared to give us a brief demonstration, after which we can have some conversation and any questions and answers, assuming people wish to stay on the call for a bit longer. So if we could promote Peter at this point,
sure.
He's prepared to demonstrate the device for us.
Okay, Peter, I'm bringing you in.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Excellent. Took me a little longer to rejoin. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Peter, and as mentioned, I work for Meridia. We appreciate the opportunity. I know there are many choices on the market. So with that, let me just kind of geographically tell you that your neighbors, Southborough, one of them, but Boylston and Berlin as well, they have our system and seem to like it. And then I do want to address maybe the first and foremost important thing that to my heart, at least, is the town meeting tradition. I live in a community in Pennsylvania that does not have that, and it's a shame, because I've been to many of these town meetings, probably hundreds at this point, and I really appreciate it. And so the one thing that is true is that the anonymity helps, but it also hurts that tradition. However, the tradition of debate and the tradition of discussion does not get affected in any way, because our technology steps in after the debate is over, when everybody has had the chance to talk and discuss the matter at hand. And I will say that many town moderators, at least 50%, choose to combine the methods of voting, where voice vote is welcome and very often used when it's appropriate, when it's completely clear that this is a non-issue, based on the debate, you probably can tell which way the audience will go. And then, of course, on the hard topics, or those with 2/3 or 4/5 or 9/10 majority needed, those are the topics that people use the electronic voting most for, when you don't want to have the doubt. So with that, I would like to maybe just pause. If you have any questions about that, about the process, the benefits, I'm happy to answer them.
Anyone has any questions at this time? Just raise your hand. Okay, Lisa.
Well, I guess we should ask some of the questions. Obviously, do you have any statistics on how much faster it is to get the tally, and how the handheld units work? Do you see that you're voting? Do you see that when you push the button that what you're saying is going through? Some of those formalities. I don't think you talked about that yet, did you?
I think the anticipation is we'll
sure.
get a demo, and maybe we'll learn some of those things.
That's correct. I was going to show my screen earlier, and you know what? I just realized I'm not sharing my video, and I apologize for that. I usually do that right away. Hi. But the first question, what's the statistic? I would say this. In a group of 500, I would expect the vote to be over in 30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds, depending on whether the town is familiar with it. A town like Westwood, where we did a very large meeting, 1,200 people in a football field. I think it was still COVID. And I think that took a little over a minute to count all of those votes. I think it was a school vote, so everybody showed up. And that is the higher end. The typical meeting, 200, 300, 400 people, they would probably take less than 30 seconds to vote, all of them to be counted. And again, by all of them, everybody who chooses to vote, everybody who chooses to, or it is similar to everybody who chooses to raise their hand or to say aye. Okay, and now the second question was about the hardware. So let's quickly talk about the features, if I may. Share screen here.
Sure.
That should be up on the screen right now. So as far as the vote, and how do I know that I voted? We do have a feature called a vote confirmation screen. So if I push that button for yes, which is 1, then I see 1 on my screen, and I see OK when that vote has gone through. If I change my mind, because I can do that while the vote is open, I can press B, and 2 shows up on the screen, and that is also confirmed with an OK. So 1 for yes, 2 for no, and possibly 3 for abstain. I don't think many towns with open town meetings use the abstain option. The membrane itself, it can be modified to cover up everything except 1 and 2 to streamline the process, to clearly indicate what are you supposed to be pushing, because you don't need any other buttons, including this send, the paper plane icon. You don't need that. You're simply pushing 1 button to express your opinion. If you made a mistake, you can press the other button. It is that simple.
And Peter, the confirmation that you're talking about that would go on that little screen, that confirms not only that it's been sent, but that it's been received by the server or whatever you call it?
Correct. I would not call it a server, because I do want to make a very, very strong distinction. This system is not connected to the internet at any point. So yes, you're right. The number indicates that you sent, and then the OK indicates that it was received, that it was confirmed. And it is communicating with a receiver, a device similar to your router, only in that it is a box with 2 antennas. It is a 2.4 gigahertz device, so common FCC approved frequency that we have to use, and that is it. There is no connection to Wi-Fi. There is no connection to internet in any way. Literally, town of Groton has bought a laptop specifically designated for electronic voting with no wireless connectivity of any kind, Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, and they don't need it. So that's the hardware. That's the little keypad. Now, really briefly, I do have one of your older warrants here, only a part of it actually, with the consent agenda and the articles. So this is something that nobody would ever really see, but in reality, this is what we would prepare for you and with you. These are the articles, and we could populate them from the warrant directly, literally, literally just copying and pasting. And then what we typically use is a function or design we call no grid. So once the vote is open, let me minimize my screen so I can see what's happening here. I have only a few keypads, I think 3 here that I have connected. And these are going to be in real-time votes. So when I press that button, it actually shows you that the system's working. But what we are trying to do, and most towns choose to do this, but this is highly configurable, so you don't have to go this way. We choose to hide the subtotals while the vote is open. We don't want that herd mentality of the crowd voting and seeing which direction the vote is going. Only when I close the vote, and also notice the top and the bottom right part of the display. When I close the vote, that's when I see how many yeses, how many noes were present, and whether the vote passed or failed, which is indicated by the majority that I defined prior. So it could be a 2/3, or it could be a 4/5 for your prior year's bills. Any of those can be pre-programmed and therefore shown instantly after the vote is closed. I'll take some questions here as well.
Any questions, board members or staff?
Mr. Chair,
yeah, Tim.
I've never seen the inside of the space, but monitors, are we showing this on one projection screen? And if you covered this, I apologize. I had to step out for a minute. But are there monitors that are in the auditorium to show this result?
Typically. We use a large projection screen in the auditorium, and I imagine this would take over the presentation screen during a vote. That's obviously up to the moderator to decide how to set that up. Laura?
Thank you. From a cost perspective, is the software something like we'd have to pay every year for it, or is it all included in an upfront contract? How does the billing work?
Yes, we sell the system as a one-time cost in terms of the hardware and the software. What we do charge annual fee for is the support, software updates, security updates that we put in, and any kind of training that we need to do over Zoom. And I believe in the quote that you have received, the first time purchase also includes the first town meeting attendance. So we would be there for you for the first town meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, was that included in our packet? I don't remember seeing that. I might have missed it.
No, the quotes weren't included. We just want to do the demonstration. Can I ask one more question, Mr. Chair?
Of course.
I need to think this through now. Town meeting is a separate body. So Peter, have you ever seen a community, vote through a town meeting to create a bylaw to institute this type of voting?
I have. It's been on many warrants. Yes.
Okay, so can you just talk about that? They all passed? How did that work?
Yes, they all actually passed. I don't remember any one that did not. The majorities were different, depending on the community, but they all passed. The general consensus that I hear is that the attendance may be higher specifically by business residents or business residents who own businesses in town. They may now start coming to the meeting more often. And in general, it improves, I guess, the flow of the vote itself. Like I said, it doesn't affect any of the debate. I think somebody made a comment that it doesn't really make the meeting shorter. It really doesn't if the debate is the same. So the voting is different only because of the hard votes that are now at least cut in half, if not more.
Mr. Chair, one more, I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
Other uses, right? We're talking about town meeting, but if we had a White Cliffs reuse meeting and there was 50 or 60 people there, we could use them there as well, right? The software.
That's absolutely
this
correct.
question and answer, and they just answer with those clickers.
That's absolutely correct. I have had actually town of Longmeadow and Groton, I believe as well. They did this as a community outreach, really, prior to purchasing. But the same thing kind of happened, naturally and very organically, that they now have them and they use them for other purposes.
Lisa. You're muted, Lisa.
I was saving you from a sneeze earlier. Can you use these two to do a survey? I mean, obviously, if you have a meeting and people have these clickers, they can give you a yes or no. But you have to be in the room, right, for them to work.
That's correct. And this is a Massachusetts law requirement. We are offline and we are required at this point with this particular hardware and software to be in the room, to have that USB receiver, as we call it, plugged in, so that it creates the local network of the wireless clickers and the receiver. Yes, you have to be in the room. But this software is just one of a few we have, and all of them are included in the software suite. And one of them is very familiar PowerPoint add-in or plugin. And you can create an interactive presentation in PowerPoint with the same clickers. So you wouldn't use necessarily the same software, but you can use the same concept.
And you said you trained as well. So say we had somebody like Dana or somebody from our IT staff wanting to learn that, that's what you would do, or would you have a video that they would learn from the video?
We have both. So we love to train the trainers so that we don't have to do the training on 15 different fronts. But yes, we are including the training and all the support we have on our website and videos. So yes, all of that is included.
And explain to me why we have what the green, the blue, and the red. How is this go through one of these to give us some indication of what happens?
Oh, sure. So one question that I typically hear is who runs this, right? And so I have a very varied answer. I've had the town moderator, Peter from Seekonk, running it. I have his town clerk, running it when he's not able to. And they either share this screen for everyone to see, and they see their mistakes of typing, or I have people like in Groton where they split the screen and it's the AV staff that runs this, or the IT department staff that runs this, not the town clerk. In another town, it's the town administrator's assistant that learned how to do it. So you would go through this, and you asked about the green buttons. You basically are voting with green, and of course, red means delete. You can edit a topic on the fly. You can add an amendment. So if we are debating Article 2 right now, I can duplicate it very quickly before we vote on an amendment, which I would have to receive in writing and all that. I would type in something like Amendment 2, Article 2, and I can vote on that within seconds, because I now have that copy available to me. Vote proceeds. Let's just assume that it's going to pass and close. Now that the majority was met, I can actually go immediately to the Article 2 itself and maybe say as amended, if no other amendments are present, right? I can say as amended very quickly and vote on that, instantly. So the process here that I'm showing you would be something that someone learns kind of once. It is quite simple, and you would at that point just kind of repeat the steps. You would duplicate things if you needed to. I know that often things come up like call the question. So you can type it up instantly as it happens, or you can prepare it ahead of time. So you have call the question motion that looks like this, and it's ready to go. It's kind of waiting for me in the background as a, as an operator. And nobody needs to know this from the audience. They could see it. Like I said, CConc is happy to share the screen with anyone. Nothing dubious is happening behind the scenes. It's just adding more articles to the workflow of the meeting.
And how would an audience participant make an amendment without having a keyboard?
Yeah, they wouldn't, right? They bring it to the town clerk on paper. They have to submit it in writing. So we would know that it's happening. When I'm doing these, myself, then I would typically sit right there with the town clerk and the moderator, because we always want the moderator to see the display. There were times during COVID when there was no screen. There was nothing for the audience to look at, and they, just like always, they trust the moderator to call the vote. So the only person seeing the results of the electronic vote was the moderator. Nobody else saw it. Just like any other time with yay, nay, and hand votes, the call was on the moderator to make. So in this case, it's the same thing. You may show it to the moderator, you may show it to the audience, or not.
Okay. And is there like a paper tape? I mean, at the end of the day, after all the votes have been made, is there some hard copy that goes with the town meeting warrant?
Yes, so there's a report section here, and all of your meetings that you have done are, again, it's not connected to the internet, so you can just run them off the computer. They're all locally stored, and I can click here and go to reports of different kinds. Let's say I'll just run this one here, but yeah, the paper trail is electronic, but yes, there is one.
And does that get sent in? Andy, would you know that? Does that get sent into the state?
Yes.
It's not something we need to send into the state. It would just become part of the town meeting record, the town meeting minutes.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Kristen. Oh, you're muted now. Oh, you stole one of the ballots from last year?
I didn't steal it. I just came home with it by mistake. It's not against the law. No, and it happened to be in my notebook, so I thought I would hold it up as a prop and make Andy smile, which worked. So anyway, so I'm not sure I'm 100% gonna understand the answer to this question, but I'm gonna ask anyway. So if it's not connected to Bluetooth or the internet, how do the votes magically get to the computer that is doing this, generating this report?
Sure. Technology is based on a USB device. This one happens to be small because I'm traveling right now. So this plugs into your computer. The larger one that you would be receiving is a box that connects via cable, like a printer does. So that's the method of getting the wireless signal from each keypad into the computer. That there is one collection point called a receiver or a base.
Okay. So the little voting machines talk to the one big base and nothing else.
That is correct. That is correct. And you said nothing else, and I have to just agree, because the proprietary protocol, proprietary API, which is the other end of the equation. The protocol means the communication between the wireless keypad and the receiver, whereas the API is the communication between the receiver and the computer, the software. So there's a lot of security around it, and it all kind of works together. And recently, as of March last year, 23, we have implemented one more layer of security on the wireless side, where the protocol changes every 30 milliseconds. So all of the keypads sold since March 23 have had that implemented, and every town, and I think we had like 10 more towns buy the system. They all have that.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. I am curious. I don't see any hands up from board members. I am curious for your thoughts, both Andy and Fred, on the utilization. Any thoughts in favor or opposed or indifferent? Not specifically this system, but just in general?
Andy, I'll step up and go for it.
Just going to suggest that. Go right ahead.
Okay. My take is that obviously for most of you, this is a whole new experience, and my recommendation is to really identify the why. Why are you looking for something, and what is it that you want to improve? And then ask, does this system address that issue? I have no feeling strongly one way or the other, but from my perspective, and in talking to my colleagues across the Commonwealth, there are many pros, but like anything, nothing is perfect. And making sure that this addresses the whys that this select board has about the system we're using now, and does it address those issues?
Thanks, Fred. Andy?
I would agree with Fred's comment. I think I feel just like he does. I'm certainly open to the idea. I've seen many demonstrations of this type of product over the years, and we've had some past discussions with administration about that. And it certainly is appealing. The one interesting fact that I discovered recently is that many communities, including Southborough, choose to only use the system on just a few votes during their meeting. So Southborough is only going to use them on their 2/3 required, or if they had a contentious article, that's their plan for their first meeting. And I'm told that's very similar situation in other communities. So good or bad, that's just the way they handle it. So they go along, as I think Peter mentioned at the beginning. If you wanted to just do the regular, raise your hand, raise your card, and get through it quickly, or you could utilize the system, for the tough ones, which is really the only time when we ever have anyone, I don't like to say question the vote, but just there is something about hand counting votes that is difficult to wrap your head around sometimes. But I think our folks have always done a good job, and they're very accurate. And Fred and I always have a different perspective looking from the front. It's amazing how you can read the audience pretty quickly from that vantage point. But it's certainly interesting to consider this type of product. And I myself like technology, and it does some pretty cool things. And there's maybe some other uses for the community as well, which is appealing if you're going to make the investment.
Thanks. Any other questions, comments from the board? All right, I see lots of hands up. I'll ask Tim to opine first, and then I'll go to Lisa and then Julianne.
I'm just curious to the moderator, under this scenario, if someone called for a secret ballot, it's like we don't have a clear definition of what that means anymore.
We've had secret ballots in the past.
So how would that work if you had?
You have to hand out the individual ballots to each member of the town meeting and make sure that they have the information. They go up and put their ballot in a box, and then you bring the ballots out and count the ballots one by one. We're talking probably 20 minutes at the very least. And usually longer, because they're usually contentious votes that you're doing the secret ballot with or on.
So does this eliminate that? I'm not sure if it's in your bylaws that someone can call it. How would, if you did a standing count of 10, usually most communities have in their charter of 10 people stand up, they want to do a secret ballot, you do a secret ballot. Is this?
If there is a motion for a secret ballot and that motion carries, then this voting process, electronic voting, would address that and would, because obviously you don't see what button I'm pushing.
Okay, so it would address that. There wouldn't be another bylaw amendment, anything we'd have to do to say we're doing this instead of that.
But keep in mind, in my 20 years as moderator, I've only seen a secret ballot once, and I wasn't moderator then. Okay, it was prior to my 20 years.
Lisa.
Okay, so from the many people that I've talked with and such, the anonymity is huge. People are really, and especially with, it's funny you said business owners, because I talked to a few people who do own businesses who say, we have to be careful. We feel that if we vote in a way that we might feel, and it might cause some animosity to clients, we would then choose not to vote. We don't show anybody. I think there is a lot of, and lately, certainly with the social media and everything else that seems to be coming around, I think there's a lot of people that feel that they don't want people to know how they're voting. And I think that's very important. I think that's one of the reasons why I like it. And I think the instant vote count makes perfect sense, because people are tired of these long meetings. We can't even get people to come in because they're going, oh, I don't have 4 hours to wait.
Excuse me, if I could interject, you should not talk about long meetings.
Here we are at 11:16 p.m., right?
It's not my fault. So what will making you feel comfortable, Fred?
And I don't have meetings this long.
Is that right? We can adjourn to tomorrow night. And I do like the idea of the higher attendance. I think we're going to get a younger crowd to start coming in. I think that we have to do something to get these numbers up. I mean, we have such a small turnout for most of the time that, and we have a new TA. Oh, look at all the new stuff. We could just blast it. Whole new social media blasting of all the great new stuff we're doing, and we're coming into the future. And I like it even for the surveys. I think that's fabulous. So the other question I have is, and it's probably not for the maker, when you come in and sign in and you get one of these, you become a number, right? So
not necessarily. If I may, Andy.
Well, yeah, please go ahead and explain that, Peter, because that's a good question, Lisa.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and we have a whole page on our website. I'm happy to share. I'll share a few links with Andy that you can then distribute out. There is a wealth of knowledge on this because we've been doing it for so long in Massachusetts. So town clerks have figured this out very easily, and we have helped very little because they already have a system for the registration. We're not going to mess with what works. So typically what happens is you have the tables, registration tables, poll pads or not, you are pushing people through, and then either during that process or after that process, they receive a clicker. And it's completely anonymous. Town clerks, some decide to take a note, either on a poll pad or a piece of paper, who has which clicker, just so they can get it back, not to give it to us. We don't have that information. In fact, I can show you right now, all I have in the software and all I ever will have is numbers, right? 1 through, and this particular list is only 100 strong, but you have a list of 100 without any names. I don't know which clicker you have. In fact, if you doubt it, go ahead and swap it with a neighbor. You're going to mess up the town clerk's math, but the voting software doesn't care about that at all. We just care about you having a voice. That's all. So part of the registration is giving up the clicker or giving out the clicker. And then one thing that might happen is, battery dies in the middle of a meeting. You have voted twice, and now on the third vote it stops working. So you just go get a new one. Nothing to it. You just swap your keypads. There's really nothing to worry about there.
So, and was it on a lanyard so you don't drop it or whatever? And is that how it's?
That's an additional thing. We don't typically provide them, but we do provide lanyards, or we have them available, and they are sometimes used. I have to say, once you put them on, they're harder to store. Not impossible, but harder. Westwood would tell you stories, and Groton as well. I don't know if Berlin and your neighbors use them, but they're happy with how it helps identify the voters versus non-voters. I hear another comment, a very small thing really, but I hear that you no longer have to care where the non-voters sit. They cannot vote. They don't get a clicker, and you can see that they don't have a lanyard around their neck.
I like that idea.
It's smaller than any other benefit, but it is something that I've heard from I think Hamilton.
Fred might have an opinion on that, just because sometimes it's probably helpful to have non-voters separated so you know when to recognize a speaker.
Could be, yes.
For other purposes. Julianne.
Yes, thank you. So it's been offered that this is, you know, kind of going away from the original town meeting democratic way, but I'm looking at it a little differently. I'm thinking that electronic voting is actually more democratic because people are able to vote how they truly want to vote, without the fear of offending their neighbor or being unpopular. And so I think it's great. The one thing I have heard is that people want to know how their elected officials are voting, and I have no problem with that. If the town wants to know how the select board, the planning board are voting, that's their right, and I'm perfectly capable of voting publicly. But the whole thing sounds easy and efficient. And one of the last thing I'll say is one of the hangups that I've thought about at town meeting has always been the 2/3 vote, or, you know, calculating that all out. And this does it seems very quickly. So that's kind of a nice feature also. But thanks for the presentation, and thanks for letting us discuss this.
Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, just to express my own opinion, I am of maybe the vintage of people that like the quaint town meeting, and I like to see my neighbors voting and to have those discussions afterwards. But I absolutely see that this is the way forward. That I've heard from a lot of people that are uncomfortable coming to town meeting because it's a hurdle to vote publicly for a lot of people. People are used to voting being the private ballot booth type of voting. I think we will get some additional participation. And I have heard from people who are, I am not concerned about the accuracy of counting, but some people perceive that as an issue, not at our town meeting, just, you know, in general. Maybe it would provide a little more certainty to people that have that. And I want to be clear, I don't have that concern. I think this is probably worth doing. I think it's something a lot of towns have done. I have not heard of any towns that have done it and then put them back in a closet and stopped doing it. I think there are probably a bunch of ways of doing it. Every vote, certain votes, you know, voice, sense of the moderator as far as how close something might be. Could figure those things out a little bit later.
No, sure. And I will say just two more things. One is that this works for representative town meetings. Dedham is using this where they do associate keypads with names because the residents need to see how their representatives are voting. That's part of the report, part of the visual, and it works great for them. And they kind of have to do it that way because they are you know, an RTM, Greenwich, Connecticut. They use it the same way. The
I
other
hope we
thing
never change to representative town meeting. I love open.
Of course, yes. The other thing I wanted to mention, Southborough is actually one of those that is considering this because they have to. In the case of very large turnout, they would utilize 2 or 3 different rooms, and this system is capable of that as well. So we do have some limitations, but we are able to. And this particular meeting is a CCON, and they have a adjacent gym to the left of this photo, and they were able to accommodate people in COVID times, and, you know, any other time that they had a large turnout, because everybody was able to vote in the same session. All the AV group needed to do is provide a screen just like this so that they can see, and maybe some speakers so that they can hear, and microphones to speak if they needed to speak. So the AV group has the same challenge as we do with an additional room, but it is doable.
All right, so there is no action for us to take tonight, but I suspect, Andy, you're looking for a consensus of the board one way or the other. So you could take some next steps. Am I accurate in that guess?
Yes, that would be my recommendation, that you get a sense from the board of their feelings, and if we wish to move forward, then staff can handle, the procurement and get things figured out from there. We may be back looking for funding depending on how that all happens.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Another ARPA discussion, maybe.
I think it's reasonable to make that request. I think I'm hearing from the board consensus to move forward. I'm not looking for a motion, but I'm seeing a lot of nodding.
Yes, I didn't comment, but I am in support of this.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
So I think we have our consensus. Andy and Fred, I really truly appreciate you joining us tonight, particularly at this late hour, and guiding us through and offering both of your expertise on this. And Peter, I appreciate the demo. This is something I hadn't seen before. It's pretty neat to see how it works.
You're welcome.
Okay, very good. With that, I think that ends this agenda item.
Thank you all very much.
Very
Thank you very
good.
much.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us. Next up, we have execution of Algonquin Regional High School Athletic Complex Intermunicipal Agreement. Tim, do you want to give us a 10-second overview on this one?
10 seconds, huh?
I'm looking at the time.
I provided an email and a memo and the IMA from the superintendent relative to this. It's really just to designate out an intermunicipal agreement to pay our share for these tennis courts that were in addition to the borrowing. So when I listed out the email, it talks about our 61% share based on our enrollment. Southborough's was 38%. They paid theirs up front. You're going to elect to borrow through an assessment, or not borrow, but to use general fund money to make the debt service payments. They haven't bonded fully yet. If they go 20 years, worst case scenario is 28,572. That's my math based on an estimate of 5% interest. It should be lower than that. Depending on when they bond and how long they bond, that'll be the big question. But it's really connective tissue back to the school district for when they make the assessment. We can point to this document as to this is our annual debt in addition to the project that will be bonded for the duration, for whatever that is, 10 or 20 years. But they haven't done that yet.
My only question is, I don't remember this coming to the board previously to determine how we were going to fund it.
I think this was the part that Southborough funded with CPA funds, and our CPA.
Oh, that's right. They did it CPA.
Fund it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what that was.
Okay.
So I guess you could still fund it with that, but you'd have to go back to town meeting either way. So we're either going to bake it into the budget. They're going to send us an assessment either way. We're going to have to make payment on it under the district rules, but their bond council didn't see a clear way with one community paying cash and the other community financing the difference. So they wanted to do an IMA with the community.
Yeah. But in theory, we could, pay cash. We would just need to come up with the cash.
Yeah, the 367.30 you'd have to come up with.
Yeah. Lisa?
Is this in addition to what they went to town meeting for?
The total project was, where's my paperwork? It's a good thing I'm in my office.
I think I know what happened is that this was part of the plan. They were hoping that the pickleball and tennis courts would be covered by CPA in both towns, so it wasn't part of their ask at town meeting.
Yeah, that's how I remember this.
Total project was $7,960,000. So if that's what the addition was, thinking some other mechanism for payment was going to be sought, the town of Northborough didn't seek it.
Yeah. So I don't think this was extra. I think this was anticipated, but they were
Yeah,
just
they
hoping that we
could.
would fund it the same way as Southborough did.
The superintendent and the school committee or whatever went in front of our CPA. Why am I
CPC,
feeling like it's
yeah.
either CPC, right? Yeah, the committee that's in charge of community preservation funds, and the Northborough committee voted no, not to pursue it. So it never came that. So this one little piece of money had to come before us, I guess.
Okay, and then they're gonna take it out of their budget. The school
No,
budget.
we're going to pay for it. They're sending us a bill
The school,
because, yeah, the regional school district is like its own little town, and their expenses we pay for based on the percentage of students that we send.
And the rest of the project is all already voted on, except this one little piece.
I think I'd like to make money this way myself. I think I'm gonna send a letter. Can I have some money, please? I need to fix my house.
All right.
Next.
All right. Julianne.
Is there any chance of going back to CPC?
I imagine at any time we CPC could do that, and that would erase the need for any future debt payments. Something like that.
I didn't watch the meeting, so I don't understand.
I don't remember what the decision was, other than maybe they just felt that the whole thing should be bonded together.
I think they just had a lot of other projects that they wanted to fund.
Okay.
Prioritize it.
All right.
Okay, is there a motion?
Oh, that's me. Yep. Oh, wait, sorry. I move the board vote to approve and execute the intermunicipal agreement between the town and the Northborough Southborough Regional School District for the funding of the Algonquin Regional High School Athletic Complex project as presented by School Superintendent Gregory Martineau.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Kristen, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Kristen?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Abstain.
Julianne?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor with one abstention. Okay, moving right along. Reports. I will ask people to be reasonably brief and in the order on my screen. Laura, do you have any reports tonight?
2. I went to the joint NPIC meeting. I went to the fire station meeting, and that's all for this week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You very much for being brief. Lisa, any reports tonight?
I'll speak quickly if I can. I did have my ride along with Captain Pat Dosimo. I hope I pronounced that right, with his firefighters on Wednesdays, day shift. And it was interesting to see how diverse their talents are. From ambulance workers to power line fires, they didn't miss a beat. And the way that the driver drove that long truck was pretty cool. No accidents. Okay, I attended the first traffic safety committee, I'm tired, to learn of a request for a 2.5 ton restriction on Summer Street and Rice Street, and other requests such as a telephone pole issue on Church and guardrails and speed humps. So the committee will send their recommendations to the board for the board decision on how to handle these requests. This committee will spend some time putting together discussion on the merits of what we should have them do or what we shall do, I suppose. Next, the fire station. I'm sorry, my eyes aren't working anymore, so that's why I'm kind of on this. The fire station building committee met at the public for public input at the library, and it was better attended than the last two. Many residents expressed concerns, a few about the retaining wall and the wraparound of the retaining wall on 3 sides, about the tower, asking if the tower could be in the back so that whatever climbing they might do wouldn't be as noticeable by the drivers coming by on 20.
The climbing is on the inside, by the way, of the tower, not on the outside.
And the building design is in front of design review is January 25th. It'll be in front of it, in front of us at 8:30 in the morning. That is not tomorrow. And there'll be public comments. Two more. Okay. Oh my God, I can't even read this anymore. All right, Friday I toured 4 West Main Street and I still think it's wonderful. We should have our town offices there. Just a little plug for it. And Wednesday night at 6:30 on the Zoom, the town office feasibility committee will meet to discuss what they're doing next. And that is going to be it for tonight. And you can all go home to your pillows soon.
Thank you, Lisa. Julianne, any reports tonight?
Just a couple things. It has been mentioned twice now that the Neil Ellsworth tree on Blake Street has been identified by the tree warden and is having some problems. Can we get some more information on how that's going to be handled and whether, you know, it's going to be treated or what the plan is? It's, you know, it's an emotional tree. And speaking of something like that, the Garden Club is sponsoring a presentation about the Legacy Tree Program offered by DCR, and that is going to be Saturday, February 10th at the library. So for all of you interested in trees, please come to the Garden Club meeting that day. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Julianne. Remind me of the time of that Garden Club event at the library. That my calendar.
I think it's 1 o'clock. I'll check while everybody else is doing their report.
Okay, that's fine. I can look it up. You said that concluded your report?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Julianne. Kristen, any reports tonight?
Just one small thing. I'm not running for re-election. It's kind of late in the evening to like announce this, but whatever. I just wanted to say having a seat on this board has been both exciting as well as tedious, while also being surprising, predictable, and sometimes much cooler than I ever expected. Mainly I'm stepping down because lazy Kristen is tired of going to long meetings and coming up with interesting things to say in my reports. No, just kidding. I have a much better reason than that, and I can't really get out of it. But anyway, thank you, and that ends my report for this week. And that is not the last I will say about being on the board, but that's the last I'll say for today.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you for joining us, and we'll have more to say in the next couple of months. I've got a couple of things. I attended a goodbye gathering for Katrina Ireland, who until recently was our children's librarian for the last 9 years. I'll put in a plug that one of the reasons she left is in the town that she was hired. The children's librarian is a joint position with the assistant director. We have not had an assistant director at the library in a number of years. We used to. I hope that's something that could be considered at some point in the future. I attended the Massachusetts Municipal Association conference this past weekend. I've got a few things to say about that because I think it's an important conference. I attended a presentation on negotiating residential trash pickup, which is something that we'll be dealing with in the next year or two. One of the presenters was our former interim town administrator, Mike Gallagher. So he went through a complex situation when he was interim in Somerset that could be useful to us. I attended a really cool presentation on municipal cybersecurity given by the Mass Cyber Center at the MassTech Collaborative. I'll put in a plug that on May 8th at the DCU Center, they're going to have a presentation, and some of it will be focused on people like us, not just IT people, meaning select boards, city councils, mayors, town managers, and I will definitely be there. I attended a session on how to use generative AI to build better communities. I would say that title sounded really exciting. In the end, it wasn't that useful, but it could a little sense as to things that will be coming eventually. All sorts of dignitaries were there, such as Governor Maura Healey and Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll, Senator Elizabeth Warren, and Senator Ed Markey were all there. Also, local dignitaries such as Diane Wackel, our assistant town administrator, and Lisa Trost, our treasurer collector, were there. I heard Andy Dowd was there. I did not actually see him, but enough people told me that they saw him. I believe them. The governor and lieutenant governor announced the Municipal Empowerment Act, which is a whole series of really exciting initiatives that I sent around to the board earlier, and anyone who can look on the MMA website or really the governor's website. We don't have the details yet. The legislation is due to be filed within the next week or so, and then we'll see the details. And I attended a really exciting keynote by a guy named Eddie Glaude Jr., who I had not heard of. He's a professor in diversity at Princeton, and gave a really, really rousing speech and exciting Q&A there. And I would encourage any members of the board who don't leave after this May to really seriously consider attending next year's conference, which is, I think, the 24th and 25th of January next year. And the last item I have is we get a lot of questions about when are we going to have hybrid meetings, and my understanding is the equipment will hopefully be installed and up and running by the end of January. And if that is the case, we may have our first hybrid meeting on the 12th of February. More on that to come. And that concludes my reports. Tim, do you have any reports tonight?
I just want to update the board on one thing that happened today at the senior center. Senior center will be closed tomorrow. We had a pipe that burst, had nothing to do with the heat. We suspect it has an issue when we rebuilt the wet sprinkler system and the dry sprinkler system with some insulation that wasn't put back properly, but we'll fight that fight. And we'll put a claim into Maya. Sean was on site pretty quickly. The fire department was there. It was pretty traumatic, even though our guests there don't take fire alarms very seriously. We had to evacuate the building because water was actually pouring down through one of the ceiling tiles. But we have Belfour on site now. The carpets have been vacuumed from the water. Dehumidifiers and fans have been set up. So the insulation's been replaced as well. The heat's working. We will have to get a waiver from DCAM, and we hope to be back up and running Wednesday and Thursday. The fire department and the building department will go there tomorrow before noontime to make sure that all the life safety stuff is in place for them to open safely. So it's, of course, I didn't cause it. It's not related to anything, but I want to apologize. That center has been through a lot in the past 2 months, month and a half. And I'm sorry to those folks, but we'll get them back up and running as quickly as possible. But I wanted to make sure the board was aware of that. And then none of this is really public consumption, it's just me talking, so I can send it to the board via email. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Tim. Diane, any reports tonight?
I just quickly, the hybrid technology things are scheduled for conference room B this Friday. They are waiting on a couple of parts for the technology in the select board's meeting room. So that might not be as early as February.
Okay.
But we're working on it. We're excited.
It's exciting progress. It really is.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Lisa, you had your hand up?
I want to ask Diane, did we get our chairs in yet?
I did actually try one chair. It's in the meeting room and I'm not happy with it. It was on back order. So Linda and I need to discuss that more, how we're going to get something good in there without having to keep purchasing chairs and returning them because we don't like them.
And like shoes.
So we're working on it.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you. Is there any other business for us to conclude before we adjourn, Julianne?
Yes, the presentation is at 1 o'clock, Saturday.
Okay. Appreciate that.
February 10th.
Thank
okay,
you.
Thanks.
Anybody have anything else? Not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Julianne, seconded by Kristen to adjourn. All those in favor, Julianne,
Aye.
Kristen,
Aye.
Lisa,
Aye.
Laura.
Stupid. Do we need to do public comment because it was on the
Oh,
agenda?
you're absolutely right. Public comment. Is there any public comment? If there's no public comment, we'll just keep going once, going twice. I see no public comment. Thank you for reminding me of that. I'm glad I didn't miss that. Laura, how do you vote?
I vote to adjourn, please.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Thank you for giving that all due deliberation, Laura. 11:46 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a wonderful
Good
night.
night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.